Hello, everybody. Wild Angel here. It's a miracle. After I don't know how many days of trying to go live, and it was raining and it was windy, and we were having to take stuff down and put it away. So I would like to say congratulations, Leanie, my love. You're the first one in the gardening center. I'm just playing. Anyway, and Jessica is here, and my daughter Destiny has popped in, and she gets to come and sit with mom in the fountains and enjoy it all the time. So we had all of us out here earlier getting all of the extra dirt, mixing compost, mixing all our soils so that we could get our grow bags filled. And so it was all five of us, or five, I can't count the dogs, all four of us out here, me, Corey, and his kiddos. And we got the grow bags filled and got all the soils, all the compost, and all the potting. So all of it mixed together. And we're going to plant some potato slips today. So we have sweet potato slips here. These right here are ones that had been clipped off, and you put them in the water after you clip them, and you get roots. That's what the water's for, so that you get your roots started. And then when you plant, you've already got the roots started. So I've got some of those in here. And this was when I was keeping everything inside. This is before it got warm out. And then I started bringing them outside. And this is the Bigfoot sweet potato, we call it. This sucker has been growing for, oh, wow, like 4 months. No, not 4 months. Yeah, maybe almost, just about. Because I did start it, you know, like I think one of my first gardening lives, you could see my little tray. I had a little potato and I had some carrots growing, some just odds and ends I was doing off of stuff I watched on the internet. It was interesting though, when I moved the sweet potatoes outside, then our leaves went from this lighter green to this color. So this is interesting. So we've got a darker green and some purple here. And so yeah, so right here we have two potatoes, sweet potatoes laying on their sides. They've been growing only 1 week less than when I started this one. And I was trying both ways. They said, can either do them in the water or do them on their side in the soil. And in this way, you just bury your tips in, lay them on their sides, and they will just keep producing. Other than this, I've thrown away some because some of them, aren't too good, especially if I haven't got them planted right away. This might be another one that might be a little bit too weak. But yeah, I mean, I'm using them for my my betta fish tank now, a little bit here and there, giving him some fresh ones. I just took, I believe, yeah, I cut one off here yesterday, and gave our betta fish Vegas some fresh leaves for his tank. So I'm probably gonna I probably will take one of these ones, probably this nice big one right here, and chop that off and get that one put in, and then we'll do some of the small slips, because those have some really good growth start on them. Now, for the Bigfoot sweet potato, as I call it, I'll lift this sucker out because it's big. You got all these roots down in here, right? Now, somebody else had grown theirs like this, and then they took it out and stuck it straight down into the soil, roots down, because now that I've grown it vertically, it has to be grown vertically. And then you just leave the top off where all of the slips grow. You just put the dirt up to that point, and then it grows from there. And then all your sweet potatoes will grow down under into your grow bag. So I'm going to I was going to say, we'll wait and do the fountain tour, because right now the sun is in and out, and we've got, well, 3 of them are running. And then my front one that doesn't get a whole lot of sun is acting kind of crazy. So we will do that. I am going to set my phone down for like 3 seconds, run in the house and grab something to drink, even though my outdoor kitchen is up and running. It does not have in it what I need. Mostly we keep water in there, and stuff like that for the kids and everybody that comes and goes outside. All right, guys. There was a really big wreck in the backyard while we were trying to go through all those pots and stuff. I was like, oh, this is not it. We've had a lot of rain, like I said, and wind, and it has to just, if anybody knows what that's like, which you all do, he ends up messing up your plants quite often when that starts in. So, but yeah, we got to get some weed killers so we can get all these sticky bushes off. This is our makeshift outdoor kitchen. What it's going to look like eventually, because behind all this tarp that we've had to cover all the wood up with, is a whole bunch of pallets. So we're going to be making a full kitchen area here. Be the refrigerator, and then we'll have like a space over here where all this stuff will be on shelves instead of way down here where it's hard for me to reach. But yeah, so this is our little kitchen area that we've got going out here, and then under the deck I keep some of my, fountain stuff and gardening stuff and things like that. But I'm going to go in quick, grab a drink, and then we will come back out and we'll go to the back, and I'm going to see who wants to be my helper in the house. Probably don't need one, but just to kind of hold on to these things while I'm planting them in the grow bags. And we're also more than likely going to bring you guys up here on the deck. See this crazy stuff up here. So this tiniest fountain we have is the bird fountain, the baby fountain. It's a tabletop fountain. Okay, so these flowers were planted for Mother's Day. I got them for Mother's Day. They came in the little trays, and I planted 2 of them in there, one on each side, because I figured they'd eventually fill in, and I was very much correct about the fact that they would fill in. So, okay, and then out of the stuff that I planted in my first gardening live, which was with the little greenhouses, just going to do it the normal way from now, and that was a lot of work. So this was the flowers that were planted, the forget-me-nots, and they finally are starting to really take off. I was able to save, I think we have 5 plants here. I planted 12. This is the watermelon that ended up in solo cups, because I didn't have enough space when I was doing the greenhouses to put all the watermelons, and I did 2 trays of watermelons, y'all, and all I have out of that is like 6 plants. The ones that I transplanted out were the ones these that have 3 in them, and they're really like too crowded in these solo cups are ready to go. And I think we're going to actually put the 2 healthiest ones in a grow bag, because I've heard that you can do that too. So we're going to probably do that. So we'll probably plant a couple of these today too. These ones that they're starting to die, so I don't know. Like I said, I think they're getting too much sun, or they're just crowded in these cups, because these cups are really small. So I'm going to take these back there with the sweet potatoes, and we will get these planted as well so that they can start having more space, because they're not doing good. They were really, really looking good. This one's fine. This one looks good, but a couple of these are getting really dry. And believe me, I water them. I have the double cup method going with a little water holes underneath. And then over here we have what I call the mixture of everything. Hey, Jay. 2 months. Becca's got it. 2 months. So Becca's on top of it. So in here, when I planted cucumber, because remember I planted the original trays, and then I had to go out and buy more cucumbers because all that stuff grew so fast, and it was not the right temperature out here to move it, but it just couldn't live in those little tiny trays. I didn't realize those greenhouses were going to be so difficult. I thought I was all excited. I'm like, oh, these are so cool. And then I'm thinking, why did I do that? Because it's just easier to plant in bigger planters, or they have bigger tray planters you can plant in. It's better to go that route, simply because it's easier to pull them out and give them more room. And then if you can't plant them right away in the ground or in a bed, at least they're not going to outgrow their space and then die like a whole bunch of my plants did. So anyway, I had to go get, I think it was carrots and cucumbers that I bought more seeds of. And I will take you back to show you the rest of the plants that have survived that I was able to transplant into bigger planters. But none of the cucumbers made it that I originally started with. So I planted all new ones. And then the Roma tomatoes, a few of them survived, and pretty much all of the yellow pear tomatoes survived. And then I replanted those, and they've just taken off back there. So we'll go to those next. Okay, so in here I had planted a couple extra cucumber plants because I didn't have room in back there. At least I didn't think so. I do think I might be able to move this back into the planter because only one of the three popped up. I'm not sure what these are. There's been a lot of pollinating going on around here, and so I'm still trying to figure out what's what. Um, you know, certain things will end up in these pots in these planters, and I don't like know. The other day I stuck a sweet potato in there upside down, a little piece of it just to end. Um, you never know what it'll do, but if anything, that kind of stuff nourishes your soils as well. And then over here we have the carrot that I first started with. Okay, I had 3 carrot plants, if you guys remember the very first one, and I had taken them, turned them upside down, and let them grow from their ends. And so this has been growing for a long time. I'm also thinking this one's, besides some of the plant leaves are getting, I think we're getting too much sun sometimes because it's all like really green, but I'm starting to see some brown, and that's kind of sad. It's really hard to keep all this stuff alive. One of the watermelon cups had 2 tomato plants growing inside of it, so I put those in here temporarily. I just tossed them in there. And these right here, I want to say they might be some kind of a lettuce. I'm not sure. So we've got that couple wild things growing in here because when soil gets moved around and mixed in with other stuff, and then you and then use it again, you can end up with different seeds and stuff you didn't know about. So I'm thinking that's what happened here. I'm not sure what this teeny weeny one is, but it's got little heart shaped leaves. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep all this stuff alive. And like I said, I don't know. Like sometimes I feel like they don't get enough water them enough, and that's why I'm glad I kind of got the potting soil that I got with the Miracle Grow because it's a moisture control, so it won't allow you to overwater, and it won't allow them to get so dry. So I don't know how that does that, but I say more power to it to help me out here. Okay, sometimes this bad boy slows down and sometimes it speeds up. One day it was jumping up so high I had to like put rocks over part of the pump space because it was like splashing out over the whole bird and everything. Okay, so I'm going to pop in real quick, grab something. I'll be right back. Let me send this one message that I was typing at the time. Definitely is, yeah. Okay, everybody. Actually, well, nope, my water's gone. I will be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. All right, guys. Alrighty. Well, let's see here. Let's start right here. So we put in um, basically an awning type thingy with the vent at the top. And this has been our little extra chill out spot. Kind of helps. Before we just had basically the umbrella to the table for sun blockage. And as you all know, that's not, that's good, but it's not the best. So last year I had bought an awning, bought it years ago, never put it up. First time we put it up, hold on a minute, I gotta set the phone up. The doggone thing, freaking, before I could even come outside and enjoy it, it had literally like blown down. It wasn't made out of like, it wasn't a pop up like this. What is going on with my phone? It wasn't a pop up like this with the metal sides and that. It was, and that's where these sides came from. We just kept them since the other part of it broke. But yeah, so let me get to a different angle here. So this is what we've got set up for outside seating, a little nice calm area to relax. This is the biggest fountain, well, other than the pool fountain, but this is the fish. I liked it, mostly because the water comes out of the fish, but I like the whole 3-tier thing. That's kind of cool. You had a watermelon plant type plant hanging here, which is really pretty. And then, and then I guess the newest part to our lighting stuff is this, the table light, color changes and stuff like that at night. Now everything comes on by solar, so, interesting. I'm telling you, you guys, it was so hot when we were out back because the west sun was shining back where the garden area is, literally just shining so hot on us back there. We were all just dripping sweat. Then we all looked down and realized we all have our slides on instead of like shoes you would wear if you're out gardening and stuff. Okay, so then pan around here, if I can keep picking up stuff that's in my way. We've got the table and then our umbrella because of the storm the other day we put away. It doesn't sit on it now though because this is so close to the table. So basically I told my husband, I said, well, we can move the table over there when you're grilling so that the umbrella can help a little bit over there, or we can just build something to hold the umbrella in it when we don't want it in the table since it's too close to the awning, and just have it set over there. That way when he's grilling, it wouldn't be so hot. I am, you don't even know, y'all, I'm roasting. But there is just a little bit of a breeze. Okay, so let's walk around the front of the house here. I'm kind of bummed with these fountains up here because the sun is behind the clouds, as you can see. So right now, this is my antique wash bucket. And it's got a fountain in it, which, by the way, earlier when the sun was beating down on us, was at least a foot tall. And then we've got the one over here. Now, this one's a bird bath. I did have a little fountain in it at one time, but, I got to have some of them for the birds. I can't use them all for fountains, right? So this one over here has the fountain in it. But like I said, right now it's not functioning. I had it in that one. I switched them out. Hopefully I didn't screw anything up when I poured some water down over the top to add it into the fountain over there. And I don't think that would bother it, but I'm not sure either. And I did clean it. So they have filters on the bottom right there. You pull them out and a lot of gunk gets down and around that thing. So that's what I was cleaning. And hopefully I was hoping that I did a good job and got it cleaned out. But I'm going to say that because the sun has been back a little ways, this one's kind of in an odd spot. But every once in a while I'll come up here and I'll be like, oh, wow, it's just going, So it's a surprise. I kind of like this one because it's not solar because we can control it. And so if I want it on all the time, it can stay on, which is great. All right, here we go. Get me a paper towel for my sweat. Okay, so as y'all know, this is the main fountain that I first put up. I think got quite a bit of got a lot of water in it today, but yeah, like I said, when the sun goes down back behind the clouds a little bit like it is, these will go down a little ways, but then when the full sun is on them, this one will go 4 foot tall. That's why it has to have a big pool to land the water in. But I've added a few things to this, some ivy vines around the top there and down around the front here. And of course, my lilies. I literally been trying to get my husband to help me figure out if we're going to move some hostas around so that we can put the lilies in the ground, because they're supposed to be in the ground. When I bought them, they were supposed to like go in the ground fairly quickly. So I got to take those and move those. But yeah, all of these flowers and stuff, they need a lot of water. These are, I can't remember the name of them. They're really neat, but I can never pronounce it, but I just love them. So they'll grow like little tiny fuzzies on there. There's some more fuzzies down there. So those are really fun. Alrighty then. My husband's in the middle of crushing a great big pallet, y'all. So that's that mess. And we are in the middle of setting our house. So a lot of weird stuff going on over here. We got the front done, and then we've got the back done. This is our blue. We just got to do our top, and then we were short 2 pieces. So I'm about to order some more, and we're going to start going down this side. Okay, so here we go, guys. So those tomatoes, those little bitty tomato plants, the yellow pear tomatoes, that's these right here. That's all these. Now, they look a little crazy because, like I said, they get full sun back here, but they're doing really good. I'm trying to separate them because what we'll do is we'll then keep adding pieces like this, and then it'll build up, and then these will just trellis up. And these are small tomatoes, so I think we'll be okay with the amount of plants in there. And these are the Romas, the Roma tomatoes. And like I said, I had to replant them. I don't think any of the small ones survived at one time that I did try to transplant, because they were pretty much all pretty gone, right? But yeah, so they've all been through a little bit of wind, you guys. So a couple days ago, before all the wind and the rain, these were looking great. They were not so smashed down looking, like kind of like frazzled like this. But yeah, plenty of moisture in there. And we usually take this board and set it over top. It doesn't keep all the rain off of them, but if it's getting too crazy, it does help a bit. And then this lovely thing, which I absolutely love, this greenhouse growing thing. It's great. Look at these beautiful cucumbers. They've just miracle grow. Yeah, these have got a lot of soil. We did like compost, some dirt from back here, some compost. OMG, look at that wasp, y'all. Ain't messing around. Moving over to the side. Okay. Anyway, okay, so what I did was, because I had, like I said, all my cucumbers they didn't go well. They died. They got waterlogged. They grew really good, and then, so I'll never do the trays again. But anyway, cucumbers. So this side, we have regular cucumbers. They'll be the big, they call them slicers, the big ones. And then on this side, I planted a little bit smaller style cucumber that is like for pickles, because I want to make pickles. So I wanted 2 different kinds, but look at these leaves, y'all. And Miracle-Gro is amazing. Now, I do remember planting a few in this front row, and they didn't come up, but pretty much I didn't want to get too heavy with them, right? So what's in here right now, we'll trellis up these, and then of course we'll take this, this stuff off when they get bigger. And we've got like string and little clips to clip them on here to help, so that when they get heavy with the vine, with the vegetable. But we've got some great growth in there, guys. I did come in, 2 days ago and add more soil in there. I felt like there wasn't enough soil. I still feel like there's not enough in there. But it's really hard to get it in there after the fact. And I didn't know how far these would go. We had already packed about, I would say, about to here in soil, deep. And then we added a little bit, but I might still need to add more. Okay, and then moving on, here's our 5 grow bags. This was what we were sweating to death, and literally like lost track of time, and it was well after 3 o'clock. I go back in the house. And I'm like, OMG. So these are going to be where we're going to put some sweet potato slips in some of these. And then I think we're going to do a couple with the watermelon plants. And then over here, we have the raised garden bed my husband has made me. We've got the liner that just finally came. We'll get that put in. We'll fill this up. And then this will be, I mean, we might even do some watermelon in here. I can't decide yet, but we'll see. Lettuces and carrots and some stuff that the other stuff that died in the little greenhouses that didn't make it. That's what I'm going to be putting in here. So we just haven't completely figured out how we want to set this up yet. We're eventually going to smooth all this dirt out because there used to be big garden boxes back here years ago, and then it just was let go. And then this bush and tree and different things tried to grow in here, which there's part of it. My husband still has to dig it out. But we were just trying to get as much dirt as we could out here and kind of use it and fill in all of our bags with extra dirt. I've got the garden soil here that we used as well. And my Miracle Grow with the moisture control, which I use quite often. That's what you're kind of going to see on here. But we mixed in the plain dirt, the compost dirt, and potting soil. We mixed all of it together in different layers. And so made sure it was all nice and loose. Read all the directions about make sure it's loose and, you know, plenty of moisture in there because they need to be able to grow. I still feel like these don't have quite enough dirt in them. I'm not sure. I mean, I think they're pretty good. You know, stuff grows out of there. I mean, that to me, that looks like a good amount of dirt for potatoes to grow down inside of. But we may have to add a little bit, which there's some bucket right there, I believe. Yeah, so we've got some stuff we can add in. But this is what we're going to come back here and plant in here shortly. I'm hoping, oh, I got to send my husband a cash app, y'all, because he ran off before I could give him a couple bucks for some Slurpees or something cold to drink. So we're going to go back over there here in a minute and we'll get back to that. But as you can see, we have multiple things going on. There's part of our, what's going to be our outdoor kitchen. It's really good pallets. They're in really good shape. And so we've been covering them up because we've had a lot of bad weather. But, okay. So I'm going to come back over here to the shade and relax for a moment. Oh, yeah. See, there we go. Okay. See how much taller that goes when the sun comes right out onto it. Last night, you guys, this thing was 4 foot tall at least, even taller than that. It was way up here. I was like, oh, wow. One day I came over here and put my whole face in it because it felt good. Trust me, it did. Although, you know, I was trying not to fall in it while I was doing it. And that was the funny thing about it. Oh, shoot. Oh, we've got some strange dirt in a weird place back here. Ooh. Dokie. There's my broom. Sorry, just found a situation here. I thought I had my, try to keep things nice, you know. Because there was a lot of rain water that kept coming back here the other day. So it's all dirty up behind the fountain. Try to keep this as clean as possible because if I can keep the dirt off this, then it helps keep the, what do you call it? Turn it into mud because if the dirt's on here, then and the water's hitting it, you know, periodically, it's going to be kind of a mess. But we try. We clean this pool. I would say every other week we've been cleaning it. That means changing the whole water and all. I was thinking of you trying to use the tank vacuum to try. I don't think it would work, but yeah, we've got Mr. Frog on his lily pad. These lily pads actually make a really good thing to get like things in the water out. But yeah, the day that I was going to do my first live of this, guys, I literally just had changed the pool water. It looked so nice in here. I was like, oh. And then, of course, it came with a little mini frog. This little tiny one right there. At night, this thing's amazing because of the light show that it puts on. Right now, I would say the only thing we haven't added to this water feature is, well, we're gonna get those lilies planted, so those won't be back there. So I'll be adding something there, and then thinking of putting a big palm tree right there in the center. My husband said he found one as tall as he is. Now I bought a palm tree per se, but she's been really giving me a hard time. It's an indoor plant, and of course they can be outdoors, like in the sun. She's over here. She's been transplanted from her little 10-inch. They put these things, you guys, these big plants in such small containers. I can't even imagine being a plant and being so angry that I had no room to stretch out, right? So there's that. I think I got an oversized pot. It's really the size of a really big tree, but hey, she's got plenty of room now, right? And what I decided to do when I transplanted this is put this koi stuff. It's really good for like palm trees and stuff over this. It helps to maintain the moisture and stuff, keep the dirt in, keep pests out. But I'm worried that it's doing something to my tree because it's getting a little bit goofy on the leaves. Now, some of them had gotten a little bit beat up from being out in the sun and stuff, but I'm worried that it's a moisture thing. We did some research last night. It said too much water or not enough water. And I'm going to venture to say that I probably did the too much water thing. So I might have to take that out and see if that makes a difference. Because I don't know what else to do, because it wasn't looking like this until I transplanted and put that on it. Now, transplanting, I've learned from watching many things, can really shock some plants and they don't do well. Now, I tried to do everything it said to do, the way we were told to do it, and you just always have to hope for the best. It's always a hit and miss, right? My first time to ever have an actual real palm tree plant. And I got to say, my other all-time favorite, and hoping this one's not gonna do anything crazy, is this pineapple marmalade plant. It's an indoor plant, but requires direct sunlight. I tried to go around with all these plants when I transplanted them. This one has the natural mulch in it that's good for plants to help them. But this one only gets watered like once a week, and you water it down the middle. You just let it go, and it just goes down the whole thing. So this is my favorite, and I love the little planter to it. Anyways, Minnie, I'm telling you, girl, I'm about to pass out from all this. This is the first year that I've lived here that I've like really like gotten into doing all this. Something inspired me. I thought, well, let's like grow some vegetables. Let's grow some food. Let's do, like grow the stuff that we eat, the dogs eat. Like find a way to like cut some costs. I've always loved fountains, and because I terribly miss being out west most of the time, I definitely well, I didn't want to see the table. I don't have my phone stand, guys. Give me a minute. Gotta fix this hair of mine. I tried to take it down earlier, got it all straightened out, and then walked outside with my hair down. I don't know how I thought or what I was thinking I was going to be doing out in the backyard in that heat with my hair not up. So my husband goes in to get my hair tied and then hands it to me. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, I got 2 pairs of garden gloves on. They're dirty as hell. Okay, so let's meet over by the hose so I can deglove, wash all the crap off my hands and arms and wrists, and then I might be able to do that. So that's how it went. You driving, girl? I don't know. It's a lot of work, y'all. I'm not digging this. I want him to take that off. He put that on the other day because it was raining and he was trying to keep the furniture dry. You have to understand, men are a little different. They do things different. I was very appreciative of it, other than I was like, well, let's just not keep it up because then it does block some breeze. We get it from both ends, but I wanted the one against the house, and we found these red Solo cups string lights that I had in storage that I got in a million years ago. And I was like, okay, whatever. Might as well use them, right? Pull it all out. Anything we've got, might as well use it. But it is nice to sit here, especially when it's not windy and it's not all hot out and sunny like this, but in the evening, and get the fountain running. And then up there, There's a fountain running. So when you're sitting here and it's really quiet, you've got a fountain on each side of your. You can hear it. You know, one in each ear. That's why I said we got to let it cool off back down there a little bit in the back, and then we'll go back there and I'll pop some of these slips in. And like I said, I'm thinking that those watermelon plants, um, the ones I'm concerned about are the ones that there was 3 in a cup, because that's how they were inside the little trays. And like I said, I tried to save what I could from those trays, but literally out of all that, there was only the yellow pear tomatoes, which you've seen how they came back around. Like they did pretty good, but see, now they were in a different of the. I had gotten 6 greenhouse pieces with the lights, and then I had gotten an additional 4. And so the additional 4 is when I planted um, the yellow pear tomato, and they did okay. But I mean, there was like, if I hadn't gotten out what I got out when I did, I would have lost all of it, and it would have been good. But the weather did not, like the timing of when it's supposed to get warm, not be cold anymore, did not happen like it normally does at all. Not even close. So everything is off completely. Like I was growing inside way before I would have needed to, considering the weather. But I was going by, well, what's the normal temperature this time of year? Oh, that's right. My husband's probably waiting for me to send him money for our beverages, and I'm sitting here just. And working. What is wrong with this thing? Figured out that it was literally because it needs a memo. It needs a reason. Well, I'm trying to inspire myself to get, to stop just, I don't know. Like I said, like we all know about anxiety and depression, it can take you all the way down to the deepest depths of the ocean, I swear. And so I was trying to figure out a way to be inspired. Now, sometimes I get really mad at my husband because he doesn't make me feel good about being inspired, because he gets grumpy about things. But at the same time, we've done a lot of this together. And so, like, I try to involve him, and he's not real big on, like, he's a project person that, like, on what he's doing, but he's not real big gardening. This is like his first time gardening either. Um, Now look, see, here goes the wind. See what I mean, guys? This is crazy. Like it'll just be like out of nowhere. I mean, really, I know what was really hilarious the other day was when they said there was going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds. My husband had a complete panic attack. He rushes home. Well, he still didn't get here fast enough. That would have happened. It would have got here before he did. And I'm out here holding on to this, even though it's weighted down by huge bags, rocks bags right there. Like we filled them with full of rocks, right? It was a little unnerving because this thing was really getting going, moving. And so we decided that we would stand out here with it just to make sure we're okay. And we were both on each side of this, and we're each behind a curtain, trying not to get drenched. Because we were out here when it like started to go. And I was out here like, oh my gosh, I'm going to pick, because there's certain things I'll put away, like the palm tree and this one always go inside. Um, Usually the sweet potato slips, the vase is inside, but the other two I'll put them underneath by the refrigerator. But we have kind of like, certain things that we'll cover up, like the plants up there. I'll put them under the table. I just slide things underneath things, it's okay if they get a little wet. But obviously, once this stuff gets planted, it's gonna have to fend for itself as far as like the weather. And that's the crappy thing about it, because I've noticed already that the weather change and the position and places that the plants are at make a huge difference. Like I had those 2 hanging plants, the oh my gosh, why do I always forget the name of those things? Um oh well, anyway, I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, the orange and yellow flowers were over in the front here, which is partially shaded during the day. And then I call it the jellyfish plant, but it has like these sprouts that come down and they look like jellyfish almost. I had that over here. Now, part of the day, this side of the house is shaded. You know, sometime after, I want to say like 2 or 3 o'clock, the house then becomes the shade to the side. But up there in the air like that, closer in the air, I think that they're getting like sun all day long, and I don't know if they're supposed to because they're looking kind of rough. But like I said, we've had some pretty bad weather too. We've had a lot of wind and rain. When it rains and it gets windy, we take those off the shepherd hooks and set them right down. I'll show you what we do right behind the pallet because it kind of protects it. So these go down here behind the pallet. When it rains, we just set them down here, and then these glass balloons, which this one's a flamingo with some palm, and then this one's different color balloons. But yeah, we set them right here. I'm gonna build a little thing right here, either down there or right here, where when I have to take these glass pieces down, I'm gonna basically cut a hole and we're gonna glue some foam in there, and we're gonna have a place to set them in when it's windy like that, so I don't just have to lay them on the ground because they're glass. So that's what I'm gonna do on the back of here. Kind of do something special with that. And I need a new one of these, y'all, because it's got a leak. Not sure what that is, but it's some old air tank. And my husband found some of my old spray paint from a long time ago, and he spray painted it orange. Wow. Okie dokie. I say whatever makes him happy, right? Well, I guess it could have been purple. So I'll go back up front here. Tell you guys what I'm going to do with this antique wash bucket that I got. Where's my sunglasses? Yes, better put them back on. You can't see. It's too bright. Okay, there we go. All right, wind, bugger off. Sick of it. So this here, I originally wanted one, you guys, that had I wanted one that had the legs on it, but then I was like, oh well, I can handle that. So what I'm gonna do with that doggone thing is we'll drain all the water out, dry it out for a few days, and then that aqua color that I'm using around the water feature, I want to paint this aqua, but then tape off the front right here where the old stickers from the original company were on there, and just leave a little space in the front there with the antique look with that color, and then but have the rest of it be the all brand new. So something like that. And we have hostas for days. I think we have 4 different styles of hostas. We've got the all green, and don't quote me because I don't know names other than their hostas. We have the all green. We got I call it gold trim, right? And then we've got these that have the white kind of edges on them, and then some more of the solid green. But I'm not liking some of the bite marks in the stuff in the holes that I see in these. So I made up this organic spray concoction that's supposed to help. Those sticky plants, those sticky bushes, you guys, I don't know if y'all have those in where your plants are, but I absolutely despise those things. I can't even tell you how badly. I just don't understand. They're just everywhere. Everywhere in every part of my yard, everywhere I'm trying to plant anything or do anything, those things are there. And because I can't stand it, I'm going to get a glove because I have another pair. They're clean. They have a gripper on. They have grips on them though, so they're meant for different kinds of outdoor work. See, here we go. All right, and then we're gonna come back over here, and we're gonna yank that sucker because I can't stand it, and it's right in the middle. If I can get it around here, let's find the trace of this. Okay, lots of hostas. Just don't get attacked by those. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the right kind of glove. What am I thinking? It's going to go right through this, isn't it? Oh, man. I bet it does. You know what? I hate to do this, Hosta, but I'm borrowing you so I can put you around this bitch. Ah, got the root and all, guys. Look at that freaking thing. Stinking ass thing. Yeah, didn't not need you. And I'm not sure what's growing up here. Oh, I hope that's not more sticky bushes. No, look at this, guys. Does anybody know what this is? Is that milkweed or? Because look at the size of the things. So I don't know what those are. Just to be honest with you, I don't know. So I won't pull on those. But if I see sticky ones, they're gone. Yeah, we don't need those. You just get there's a lot of pollination and weird stuff that goes on. My neighbor goes over there all the time and she pulls her, what do you call it? Like her weeds weekly out of all of her flowers. Oh my gosh, come on, wind, stop. Oh wow, this thing's really poking me, guys. Okay, the wind's gonna make the fountain splatter water everywhere, but we'll survive. I will go back here and put it in our trim bag. We have a bag that we buy them and then you put your trim, your scraps and everything in. Now, some of this stuff, I tell my husband, keep it for our compost for in the future because we have, that's stuff that you make your compost with. So you won't look at that mess my husband made trying to clean the little um, grease catcher on the grill. Yeah, that was pretty wicked. Okay, yeah, so here's some more hostas over here. These ones have had things pushed up on top of them, so they're not doing very good. But the thing about them is they like have a million lives, so they seem to come back. Yeah, here's a really big sticker bush. Got that sucker. Look at that one. But yeah, so I don't know. But look, you can see there's something's been eaten on these. So these get eaten up real bad by bugs over here. So I'm not really sure what we're going to eventually do with this. But he's going to have to figure all this out because we got to come through here inside this house and this is all going to be in the way. So I'm kind of hoping he'll just take all this out. We'll just clean this whole area, get rid of the rocks and everything. My husband knows I'm live and he's calling me because he didn't look at his cash app. I'm not sure if I can answer a call and be live, so I'm going to mute, guys, see what happens. I'll be right back if anything kicks me out, okay? I think I'm going to pull your food when it comes to this kind of stuff. I can't even say it enough. All right, guys, we're back. He wanted to know what flavor slushy I wanted. I thought, oh, Lord, have mercy. Hey, right, Leanie, exactly. But I'm telling you, I'm not a big fan of the heat at all. Like the kind of heat we get here, the humidity is like, ugh. But I can go out to Arizona and Nevada and be totally fine, you guys. Like totally, just completely fine. Like, because it's a different kind of heat. It doesn't have the humidity in with it, so it doesn't feel so suffocating. I guess is the word I want to use. I really wish that. Well, let's try this. No, we don't want to look at an ashtray either. Yeah, my stupid phone thingy is my phone thingy. I'm so silly. My holder, phone holder is MIA. Let's try this. try. Okay, so the word annoyed comes to mind at this point because I usually bring my phone case out here. This has like a flip up thing in the back, a stand, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's got a stand, but it doesn't stand in the right position you want it to. Or like, let's if you were like watching a program or show or something like that, and you would do that. You're just trying to get it in a good position, and Braid does it all over. I hate those bushes too. I don't know what the hell um, those sticky things are or why they keep growing, but there's a couple of them over here back by the kitchen area. So like I told him, we're gonna have to like basically pull everything out of there, move the pallet that's down, get everything mowed and cleaned up underneath there, and then he's got to figure out how he wants to build it. I let him do those kinds of things because he likes to do them. I come up with ideas and then he builds them. That's kind of how the team that we have going here. I have ideas that never end, you guys. That may be part of the reason why I don't get a lot of sleep, besides being in horrific pain every day, all day and all night. I'm not lying when I say that, but I'm one of those people that, despite the fact that my knee needs surgery, my hand needs surgery, my brain needs a rest, and my body's exhausted, I just keep going because if I wasn't doing that, what would I be doing? Literally feeling worse. So that's kind of where I'm going with all of that. But I do hate the bushes too. Just Becca, are you done driving, honey? All I have to say is I'm a damn mess, y'all. I need to like go. I wish I was March again because when I went on that trip, I had my hair done, my nails done. I felt good. I wasn't a mess, and I'm right back to being a mess again. I've got 3 pieces of trim to finish for the room that we just recently remodeled, and I've got 2 pieces done and one coat of stain on the crown. Which, you know what? Let me not yak about it. Let me show y'all. I did do a short on it last night just for the hell of it. Um, the dogs are probably gonna bark, so just take a deep breath, and it shouldn't be too bad for a minute. Yeah, yep, 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 yep. Quiet. No, 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 no. Okay, sorry guys. All right, so we have here is a long piece of crown and quiet my little food. And then we've got a little short piece there, and then the other piece is right here, and these are all pieces that are going to finish the top of the closet and then the top of the wall that we just redid. So this is 2 coats with clear coat poly on it already, and then this is before. So there's that. Please calm down. My Lord have mercy. OMG. Do you guys ever have the issue where you open the door and a whole bunch of light comes in a certain part of your house and you think you clean all the time and everything's clean, and then you find out, no, 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 you've missed something. You've totally missed something. And I have my corner shelf. Oh, the dogs have moved the door. My corner shelf over here. See, right there. Yeah, it is way dusty. I'm like, OMG. So that's not good. Okay. All right. BRB. Gonna take a bathroom break quick. All right, guys, I'm back. While I'm inside, we're going to go take a peek at my newest member of the family. And his name is Vegas. And he is our beta fish. There he is. Hello. And inside of his tank here, there's fresh slip right there that was growing off that big plant outside. And then over here on the back side, we have one of his original ones that is growing off the ones inside before I put him outside. He really likes this loop right here. But I read up after I got him about how important it was for them to have live plants in their tanks as well, because that's their natural habitat. And this was after I'd already gotten like the blue thing and the little grass. So I gave him fresh slips every once in a while. I clean him up before I put him in the tank. And these little leaves down here, right there, is considered it's like an almond leaf, and they're really good for their tanks. To keep them clean and help keep their colors vibrant, because they'll actually chew on them. And he's very, for a fish, he loves to see us out here. He does all sorts of wild things when he sees us. He'll come right at the tank, do his little flare with his head. These black things come out. It's so funny. Hey, buddy. But I see there's all the leaves on the top. And but yeah, so, and I didn't know anything about that, so I was doing research on him, and that's when I found out about the almond leaf. It's like 1 to 2 in a 5-gallon tank, so I do 1.5 because this is 3.5 gallons. But yeah, he's a great guy. So yeah, it's gonna be our first time. We gotta clean the tank. I got the little vacuum thing, and so yeah, we're gonna be doing that soon. And my dog is mad because they have rules here where we live, and the newest one, which did not hit my husband very well at all, yesterday, because we were kind of having a rough day, and he was told that we could not have our dogs on a lead in our own yard. We were told before we couldn't have the lead hooked to our porch, okay, because they don't want people outside. They don't want people's dogs outside and them inside, and I understand that completely. So they're barking and all that stuff's going on, right? But the matter of fact of it is, that's just wrong, because we should be able to do that when we live here. And as long as our dogs aren't being abandoned, or you're not like taking care of them, they're out here for hours alone, I can understand that, but that's not the case. So, and because of my disabilities, sometimes it's hard for me, especially if I'm here by myself, to take them all out on a short leash, like you would walk them around. And that's what they want you to do to your dogs, to go to the bathroom. We have all this yard, y'all, all this space, and we can't have a fence up. And so I was asking today, I said, I want to know why there's all these weird rules, because this isn't no HOA. This is a freaking mobile home park. Like, what's happening here? And she said, well, obviously these are things that happened before, and so they're just going to go with these rules. You can't have a fence in your yard because a kid might come up to the fence and get bit in the face by a dog. Okay, well, first of all, most people watch their children. There ain't no children even down where we live in this area down here. And I would never let anybody's kids walk up into the fence and touch my dogs if I knew they were dangerous. Period. Not even my little dogs, because they don't know kids, you know what I mean? Like, 2 of them are fine, but one of them might nibble somebody. I don't know. Only if they were mean, but you know what I mean? So that's the reason for no fences. They can't explain. Okay, and the reason for the lead is the dog could be on the lead. Okay, and we're talking about a lead that, y'all, goes from my door, and they can get out into the yard just right here, and that's it. They can't get anywhere near the street, anywhere near where anybody be walking by, or any kids. And if we're sitting right here with them watching them, why can't we have our dog on a lead? Do you know how hard it is for a dog to be held onto by a short leash and expected to go to the bathroom? That's like sticking a leash on us and then expecting us to be able to make it over so far to a bathroom. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. And I'm pissed. And she's like, well, I've given you guys warnings. I said, we were told we couldn't hook it to the deck, not that we couldn't be outside with our dogs on a lead. Come the hell on. So my husband was tripping out. Of course, I'm more able to speak to people about things. He gets way too upset, like, and just doesn't know what to say to people. So I called her and she told me all that. And I said, look, I have disabilities, okay? And I might not appear like I do, but I sure as the hell do. And there's days when I can't hardly, like, my knee might give out on me or I can't walk on it. I'm not going to be able to go down the stairs, out into the yard, and waltz around with 3 different dogs to try to let them go to the bathroom. When so far since we've been trying to do this since yesterday, they don't even want to go to the bathroom out here now because they feel weird about somebody walking them around. Like a walk to them like that, that's a walking leash that you walk them with. That's not a, hey, let's go to the bathroom lead. Their whole lives they've been out here going to the bathroom on that same lead. So anyway, now I have to go fill out paperwork because I told her that I was going to probably take them to court because this is absolutely not okay. And there's other people that have disabilities here that are older that there's something we can do. Then she's like, oh, well, there's considerations. Oh, but you didn't tell me that 2 times ago when you charged me an extra $150 fines. You didn't tell me there's a consideration where I could have avoided all those fines and had my doctor simply fill out something letting you know that I'm not able to do that and that my dogs have to be able to be on a lead. Well, guess what? She then tells me today when I'm going to go up there and do it that my husband can't pick the paper up and bring it here for me to fill out. It has to be done there in front of her. And then they mail it to my doctor. Now, listen to this, y'all. You know how much time the mail takes, right? So she wants me to fill this out. She's going to send it to my doctor. Then my doctor is supposed to fill out the questionnaire they have, send it back, and then she sends it to corporate. How many people know that ain't going to happen before the fucking rent's due again? And I ain't giving them another $150 because this bullshit. I'm so irritated. Like, like I said, if it didn't cost a whole income tax check to move this place, we would have already moved it. A lot of people have left here because of the bullshit. But we've spent a lot of time and effort working on all this, and so we're trying to stick it out a little longer because eventually we're going to sell this and move out west. So in the meantime, we got to make things work, keep a low profile, don't make people angry. You know how it goes. It's because it's a lot easier to sell your house where it's at than to sell it, like to move it and spend all that money and then try to sell it. You know what I'm saying? Because then we're spending even more than we've spent putting into it to get it ready to be sold. Lunch lady, hi sweetie. These are bee bass and dragonfly bass. Put colorful marbles in them and they can stand on them and drink. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the little so that one bird bath in the front, the aqua one, this one, it has a place, it's a feeder and a bird bath, but I just don't use it that way. Um, you put your feet up here and then the bath there. Now this one, I don't have a fountain in anymore because I'm now allowing this to be for the birds. But this one, I originally wanted to be up front because of the aqua color, because that's kind of like the theme we're going with. I may or may not move it up there and bring that over here. I'll probably still like you do, Lainey. I'll probably still be moving things around until I kind of figure out exactly where I want it all to be, because my mind, I see things differently at different times, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm like that. Maybe I want to move this. You know how it goes. When I get my actual vegetable garden part growing back there and everything's like set up the way we want it back there, then I'm definitely one of these bird baths is going to go back there. It'll probably, more than likely, it'll be this littler one. It may or may not. I may get one for back there. Just because you need to have something back there. You can't just leave the garden without anything, right? So we'll get a little something back there. I want to get some. Why I don't know why I want to keep saying magnolia. It's not magnolias. What are the yellow and orange flowers? Why can't I think of them? Because they're the ones that you want to plant near your tomatoes and cucumbers because they will help keep the insects off them. And I don't know why. I'm having a moment. Anybody want to help me with that? Because I'm having a horrible brain fart. Here, I'll come up to them. They're they're the ones that go by your certain plants. You partner certain flowers with certain vegetables. Now, but look at how this is getting. I honestly think you guys, I'm going to have to take this down off of here. We've got new blooms, but I think I'm going to take it down because I think it's getting too much sun or something's happening here. I mean, I know they're supposed to die off and reprocreate, but I feel like something's going on here, and it may be too much sun. Marigold, thank you, lunch lady. Damn it. You know what I mean? I'm like, have M in my mouth. I've like got it right there and just can't. I'm like, but yeah, I don't know, like, why, like, I don't know what's going on with these. Like, they seem to die and then rebloom. Is that normal? It makes me sad to see them when they get like that, though. Because, I mean, I feel like they were getting too dry. And because I would lift the pot up and I was like, oh, that's a little too light. You want it to be a little bit of weight to it. That means that the soil's moist. But also, I want to say one thing. I didn't plant these. My son bought me these, and the stuff I've planted seems to be doing quite well. Um, I just don't. I just don't know if that's normal for them to, die and then rebloom. I'm just gonna say it probably is. Um, and this poor thing. This one I love because it blooms out these little flowers, and then they get the little strings to them. And my son first got it for me. They look when they grow out like jellyfish, literally like upside down jellyfish. So, but like I said, these were feeling really dry, and I think that what I needed to do right away with them was get them nice and heavily watered, and then literally put this mulch in that I put in. I went around and mulched in all these little planters because that'll help keep the moisture in. Because what was happening is I was just having to like water a lot. You know what I mean? Which is it's fine. But yeah, something already took and bit that and bit on that. This one's completely toast. So I don't know. Like the girls for Mother's Day, they got me like a whole rack of these different colors of the red, the yellow, and then these fluffy ones, which I'm gonna get the card out so I can pronounce the name of these. Are so pretty. And then look, see, like inside there, they'll have other little minis growing, little fuzzies. I love these a lot. I want to go back to Walmart and get some more of those because I really like them. I'm not sure what the hell's going on with this, but um, that's really bizarre. Yeah, I'll set my phone down for a minute. My line seems to have gone mad. I don't really like mixing fake stuff with real stuff either, so I'm not real fond of these. I thought it would be, I don't know, would look more realistic, the ivory. But yeah, so I'm thinking that these ones are just a little rough because they weren't getting a lot of water, and I think they were fine until I stuck them up on these hangers. So I don't know if they're just getting too much sun, and then that because that's so much sun, like maybe part of the day I put them out here, maybe part of the day I hang them over here on these other hangers, and that way they're not getting that direct sun all the time. Because, like I said, this is my first time really getting a lot of this stuff out here, and it kind of stresses me out because I feel like I'm letting these plants down if I'm not doing it right, and I'm trying. And if the wind wouldn't blow and do crazy stuff, then it would be a lot easier to keep these curtains in place, y'all. I ordered some more curtains for out here. I had these old patio curtains years ago. I bought them for a bedroom project because I couldn't find the right colors, and this was the only kind of curtain I could find the colors I was looking in. Then I finally, the other day, I went on there and I was trying to find another set to go with these. And I wanted something more aqua, more that color out in the yard there. And I was looking and I found some, but the first pair that I ordered said teal aqua. They ended up being really dark. That's more of a turquoise. I was like, wait a minute, what is this? So I ordered the right ones. I did some aqua. And then they came and they're like an indoor outdoor curtain, but they're blackout. So they're a little heavier. And I'm like, I don't know, because what we did with that is those are two bungee cords, 4-foot bungee cords. that are adjustable, hooked together, and then hooked on each end to keep those up. And I was like, I don't know, it's kind of heavy because I wanted to put a set there and then a set here, but I was going to move these two because they don't match. It's just what I had over on this side, and then put the aqua in the front. So that's the plan. I just haven't got that far. I need to do that still. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's nice when it's not windy and you can just sit out here and have a little bit of privacy. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's a little something. I think I'm gonna have hubby take this plastic wall down over here though, because it's got obviously when he folded that stuff up and put it away, he wasn't taking into consideration that that you would want. See me, I would store stuff plastic like this, especially I would store it folded up in another bag protected. He gets to throwing shit in his shed and throw stuff all over and shit gets. So here's what happened with that. So this was probably the one on the very top and it's got some damage to it. I'm like, dude, don't put that. I don't want to look at that. So I think I'd rather just look. I mean, they just have windows in it so you can see, but I think I'd rather just have curtains there, and we can just keep the plastic up here. Because the other day it was raining, and I'm not lying when I say that one little hole, it was shooting right in on my chair. And I was like, isn't that why you put that up? Because you didn't want it to get wet? Now it's spraying through. Oh my word. Yeah, it's crazy. Too much sun and heat off the wood. Okay, so best for me to do then, lunch study. Would it be best for me to put them back on these hangers over here for now, where they were, and then like later in the day when the sun's gone down some, then they can be up there, or what would be best? I don't know because they're so pretty, and I was like, oh, I want to put those hangers there for that reason. But I mean, I could change it up. I could. I even thought about getting a couple fake plants and putting up there just because they would be able to handle the sun and the heat that way compared to the real ones. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm going to have to play with it a little bit because I just know that I've been tracking like what's been happening since I moved things over there. And like I said, the marigolds were over here up beside the house doing pretty good on these shorter shepherd hooks. So, okay, so yeah, yeah, maybe I'll put those, or I wonder, what about sticking them back by the gardening area? What if I was to put them, let's just go back here. Let me show you lunch lady real quick. What if we were to go back here and bring the marigolds, because they need to be back here by the tomatoes and cucumbers anyway. What if I was to I was thinking about putting a garden hook back here and setting and having some marigolds back here, or even planting some. But yeah, what if I was to put it like back by here somewhere? Now they would be in full sun back here, but there's also that shed right there, the old shed that needs to come down because I can't stand it. But yeah, that's the other thing is too. We're going to be building a new shed, so we can't do two. That's why we got things on pallets because they're movable. Because well, the new shed is going to be like right here, but a lot longer that way and a lot wider this way. So that's why. Anyway, and here's all the grow bags. They're all ready to be planted in. They have the little peekaboo pockets. So when you're done growing or you want to check your harvest, you can peek in there. Of course, I was like, yeah, you open that shit up and you better be ready. They better be ready to come out because when you open that up, that dirt's coming out too. It doesn't just all come out, bailing out though, like you think, because it's compacted in there. So anyway, they claim you can see your stuff, but yeah, so we're still kind of mattering around with that little square spot there. Um, and like I told him, we may even use some of that spot and level it out because we have to pour pavement down to build a new shed on. So, and it's going to be a lot bigger than this. So we may end up being, pretty simple. Like I said, just putting garden stuff around the shed. That way, yeah. So I thought we'd start with these, and I got to go up and grab my slips, and we'll come back here in a minute and get those put in the bags, and then we'll have another thing to start watching grow. But the cucumbers, like I said, I got the smaller pickle size here, and I got the regular slicing cucumbers there, and they're just doing beautifully, growing right up like they're supposed to, and they'll have all these. And then of course we'll take this off eventually, because I still like to use this to protect them when it rains and stuff, so they don't get overwatered. Um, and then these also build up. They have two more levels, so it's like all the way up to 4 feet. And so the pineapple, the tomato plants will be able to grow up. So when I planted them in here, I tried to plant them in a way that it would be easy for me to trellis them, for them to grow up. The problem with these is because these are the smaller tomato plants, it's not regular sized tomatoes. So we've got Roma and yellow pear. So that's what's in here. And that's what we've got going on. And these the other day got bamboozled by the wind. Y'all, they looked absolutely gorgeous, and the wind just beat the shit out of them. And I mean, you know what I mean? They almost looked like they were dry, but I mean, the soil feels good in here to me. I got water down there. See, there's water down in the. This is where you can make sure they have plenty of extra water. So maybe I need to start watering under, you guys, at the root instead of at the top. That's probably what's doing it. Wouldn't you say? I bet you it is. I bet you 10-1. Because that's what they make those for, like that. I mean, it's not that you can't water over the top, but I'm just saying, like, what if that's that and the wind kind of did it? So I'm going to go back here and put just a little bit of water underneath for the roots. Now this big one, it has these pop off things, and there's one on every side, but I think those are for if too much water gets in there, you can let it out, because there's like a watering tray at the bottom of these. Okay, let me see. Phone. Stay here. I think that's pretty good. I can just see it down under there, meaning that's not should be too much. Um, but no, that one day I did come in and kind of like do it with shower, not the hard spray, and I sprinkled the water across the tops of these, and yeah. So I'm just hoping that there's enough dirt in all these. I mean, these planter things are hard to kind of choose. Um, how far up to fill them. I went about to here with the dirt, so because I knew they'd have to grow up out of there too. But I also know when they get those stems, they can get heavy, and it's hard for they need support. Like these cucumbers, for instance, where look at the size of those vines. So I got in there and I added dirt around them, and I kind of packed it against the things, because man, I don't know, y'all. I really like the hanging plants there. Now I got that one over there, and that's a fake one. It's called the watermelon something plant. It's a hanger, and I was thinking about putting that over here. So maybe I could just get a couple of those style and hang them up here, and they'd be less heavy. And well, hey Corey, lunch lady said the reason why those two are drying up and so bad like that is because of where they're hanging, and then the wood there, like all that sun, it's like drying, I guess, to the plants. Well, you can run fishing line up those cucumber cages, and they will vine on it. Okay, yeah, I saw that. Fishing line. We have some that came with one of the trellis deals. Yeah, it's fishing line. It's like green and it's on a spool. So that's what we need to use. Hey, Bigfoot. Um, you aren't supposed to water tomatoes over the leaves. It will give them blossom and rot and blight. Oh, well, see, look at me. I didn't know that. So you're supposed to go underneath. Well, I was doing that before, like when they got like a little bit heavier like that. Um, I had the watering can back there last time, and I was like, yeah, no, because they already looked that. But honestly, that right there wasn't from me watering on them. That was literally from the wind the other night. It literally, they were like, remember how good they looked? And then the wind came, and I didn't think about it. We should have moved them on this side of the house away from, they were just in a wide open area back there where all the wind was going back there and slamming them. And I was like, oh my gosh. So that's how that happened. So, okay. So I just did a good thing then, lunch lady. I just used the underneath because now that they're that big, I'm sure the roots have gotten fairly close down to at some point, down to the bottom. So I put the water in the bottom of those because they have the self-watering area where when there's dry, not only that, I mean, I put good soil in there. Those got the moisture, or was it moisture control or whatever, Miracle Grow, where it doesn't allow them to get too much water or, not enough or whatever. I don't know how that works, but yeah. Um, I need my phone stand. I have nowhere to put my phone. I can't stand up. Try. It just doesn't want to work. I know, and the dogs are going mad because they need to come outside. And, oh, as a stand? Well, we could, I guess. Yeah, I could bring little man outside. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Hey guys, the base is the heaviest thing on the table. It works. The potato slips. Oh my gosh, he brought a Slurpee. Looks so good. I'm so thirsty. Then if you're hot and you drink something cold, then you end up getting a headache. I don't know if that happens to y'all, but it happens to me. What is this? It all looks wonderful. Wild Angel, a lot of work. Yeah, it does a lot of work. I get up every day and there's this cycle. So it's feed the dogs, feed the fish, feed the kids, because usually the kids are the last ones up. Um, we got to add the next level of feeding in there to get through all that, and then it's outside and water everything, check everything, fill the fountains. Wow, this is why'd you put them in such big cups, honey? Is that just what they have? No, I know, but why such big cups? Holy moly, who could drink that much? My brain would be frozen. All right, thanks, lunch lady. Thanks for stepping in and thanks for your advice. Really appreciate you. And I still want to talk to you because you and Leanie both told me how to make those neat songs that you make for Leanie, but I don't. I need to. Whenever somebody tells me something, I write it down or I save it somewhere. A million other things happen in life, you know how it is. So can't remember, but I need to update some of mine because right now I have some that my friend a long time ago made me in the very beginning when I first had my channel of like pictures, but she has like some kind of like little tune that goes along with it. But I keep getting a copyright on that, which is strange because I didn't when I first had it and used it way back. But I would, yeah, I'd kind of want to upgrade with some of my newer pictures and like a song, something more interesting. Like, you know, those are cute and everything, but I've had them a long time and I kind of want to like change to something better. Um, Sierra wrote me one, and I've got to figure out how to get it over into my studio, into StreamYard. Um, but I mean, I kind of like I'm really good with words and writing, so I'm sure that I could like write something really funny and cool. And then I thought like you could just have AI like do the singing part and all that. I'm pretty sure of it. There's so many different ways. There's apps and there's other stuff, but I don't know. All right, taking a break for a minute, guys. Catching a breath, getting a little bit of beverage here. Um, Before I go back, and at least the sun's kind of coming down, which it's good and bad because then two of the fountains don't work without the sun. But then what happens though is then when night shows up, usually lately it was there for a while around 9, But now lately around 8 o'clock, then the fountain, all the lights outdoors that are solar come on, which is really cool because then everything's kind of lit up, and then the water show's fun to watch at night. We've got to get some lighting that we're gonna put like around the water feature, so like all the way around like the wooden parts of it, so that it's like highlighted itself, so that you can see it as well as the water show inside the pool, if that makes sense. That's what I was thinking, because it's like, just seems like it needs that. All right, so we will take down, because I was telling lunch lady, when we had the marigolds over here, when they're only partially in the sun all day, and that jellyfish plant right there, they were only getting part of the day sun, and they weren't getting scorched. Now they're getting scorched because they're there, and it's just, I think it's just too much sun. I don't think those flowers are supposed to be like all day in the sun. I don't know. I guess I'll have to do more research. Yeah, yeah, because you're supposed to put those like they're supposed to be planted. They call them like, they pair well with certain vegetables. This is crazy. It depends on where they're at on the freeze cycle. No, it's so warm. Even though the sun's gone down some, it's still pretty humid out here, y'all. Anybody in chat, y'all let me know what's your temperatures today where you live. Um, where were we at today? 85, I think. At least it felt like it. Well, then I'm probably right. Oh, it was 88 was the high. Okay, so I was real close. So yeah, so we're coming down now. Temperature. Yeah. Why does it look like it might rain? Ah, every. Okay, well that's even better. I don't know if the pork chops thawed out or not that I was gonna thaw in the refrigerator. If not, even the kids, I'm not hungry at all. This heat's got me wiped out, but I got you guys brought burgers. What? You could? In your grill chimney, you're so silly. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, but it's, yeah, you never know, right? A built-in steam. Mm. I put this glove on, and I was back there showing our other mess of hostas that need to just, all that stuff along there's just all gonna have to come out, because there's no way we can work on the house with all that there. That's what I was telling everybody. I said, obviously we're gonna have to move all this stuff. I went back and pulled a couple of those sticky bushes. I took, there was this, oh, you do? Well, there was one of them, those sticky bushes up here in the hostas, and I took a hosta that already had a hole in it, the leaf, and I wrapped it around it with my glove on, and I pulled that sucker out. If you get all the way down to the bottom, you can pull them out pretty good. Welcome anybody that's just coming in, either in chat, out in the bushes, out there relaxing in your garden as well. We're gonna go over and find some other little sticky bush things that are not supposed to be where they're at. We've also been noticing that stuff that looks like lettuce around here, right there. Like, I think they call it ground lettuce. I don't know what they call it, but and here's another sticker. I know. Yeah, I really feel like that's like some kind of lettuce because it's got that kind of stuff don't bother me so much as these sticky bushes that are nasty. Ow, you mother fricker. Ow. Last time I pulled one of these out, it got me. I've been grabbing them where I can. Yeah, we have like our grass is weird. It's not. We've got a lot of. Yeah, it's crabgrass, like he said. Is there anything else? Well, we can use a shovel to scoop these up, right? So I don't have to get poked with them. I stuck the other two back in that sack. Okay, good. But one day I was grabbing something, y'all, and I don't know what it was. But one of those must have been down by it, and I literally cut the tips of my fingers off, like little holes in my fingertips. And so obviously I'd reached down, and one of those was in one of the plants, and didn't see it, and it cut the hell out of my fingers, and it was at the tips, y'all, like where your nerves are, and they really hurt bad. I had to. It was in my hand was turning red and purple, and I was like, okay, this isn't good. So my friend told me to soak them in apple cider vinegar, and I did. Although I screamed bloody murder because it hurt when I put them in there, but also I forgot to dilute the water, which is one of the things that she had told me to make sure I did, and I didn't. I just had put it right into the apple cider vinegar. So there's that happened. But it's all good. I just want to get some of this. You know, you want your plants that look nice to not be bothered by ugly, sticky bushes that want to poke you to death. Oh my goodness. Um. Okay. Well, I'm still trying to decide which. I mean, we've got several slips in here that can be planted back there. As long all they have to have, and this is for me cutting it off the plant before, is these is the roots. So got a nice root system on them. So whenever I trim those big sweet potatoes over there, then we stick them in the water so your slip doesn't die, and then you root it out, and then when you put it into the dirt, then you've already got your root system started, and that's how you get your potatoes pretty good. So yeah. Oh, it's such a blessing that sun went down. Holy moly, y'all. We were gonna roast it. I gotta get everybody fed here pretty soon. Usually do a lot of, like, most of our cooking we do in the summertime is on the grill outside, hence the outdoor kitchen. Such a blessing. So nice having your fridge out here when you're out working, grilling. You just have your cold stuff right there. You got all your sides, everything you need to make stuff on the grill. We've got platters, the foil, seasoning, oil, kind of a little bit of everything, all the outdoor, you know, paper plates, solo cups, all that good stuff. We do end up having, we got the younger kiddos here during the summer, and then my adult kids that stop by a lot throughout the summer, and we just wanted to make a nice little place for us all to hang out and just relax and enjoy things and eat together. And yeah, so this is my first time in years, a lot of years, doing the gardening thing. And it really just had started out that I was going to do some planting and grow some veggies for the foods that we eat for the dogs and the dog food. And then I'm not really sure what got me started on the fountains, but I've always loved fountains, and I was like, they're so expensive to buy them, and they're made pretty cheap on Amazon or places that make them. They don't. Anyway, then I was going to make my own. And so I picked out all these things. And I saw these DIYs on YouTube of different ways people make fountains. And I kind of picked out all the stuff that I would use to make one. And then it's way more money than what my initial starting with the $10 kiddie pool and a $40 fountain and then $10, I think, for the lily pads and that water lily things to float in there. And I think the frog was like 15 or whatever. But just basics to get started, it was way cheaper than buying an actual glass fountain. And I wanted to do a water feature where we didn't have like a pump line or a cord running out to it. Obviously, if you do, you can have it run all the time and it's more consistent than the solar. But it's our first time. I thought we'd try it, see how we like it. I mean, we do have to take them out and clean the filters in them and clean them out. The other night we gave the big pool fountain a clean, and I'm telling you, we put that thing back in the water and it was shooting 4 feet in the air because it was happy. Like, I'm clean. So if we would have had a videographer earlier, I suppose we could have had little Bigfoot hold the camera while we were all filling the dirt. But we started out the process like a lot of families do, kind of just trying to figure out what we're doing and everybody helping. So we got to get everybody navigated to what job they're going to be doing at the time. And at first there was a little bickering going on because everybody was hot and annoyed and dirty and sweaty. And so we're like, okay, let's just get the messy grumpy part done and get all the bags ready to go. That way I'm just putting them in, showing you guys that part, because obviously a lot of people, could show you, hey, I filled this up, but most of the gardening stuff I watch, they pretty much got things situated and then they just lay stuff out and show you what they're going to do. Have you messed with ditch lilies before? No. Welcome, Austin. I haven't, no. I've got 2 lilies plants that I bought for Mother's Day, and they put them in pretty small starter pots. They are desperately need to get into the ground. They are plant them in the ground, and then they basically come back every year. But those right there, they need to get in the ground. I think we're going to plant them over here in front of these hostas. And that'll be another day that we do that too. But I have so many sweet potato slips growing everywhere that I need to get some of them planted so we can start getting them growing. I guess they're very, very invasive, but so pretty. I saw some the side of the road. I want to dig up. Right, the ones that always get me, get me going, is the orange wildflowers that you'll see out like along the roads and different places, because I love orange, and so those always catch my eye. Honey, I don't know what my neighbor's growing over there, but like those little like plants right there, and then they have like little colored things coming up on them that I noticed. Yeah, like little yellows and reds. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So I'm just trying to decide which one of those slips over there I should cut off of. Because it's getting pretty thick. I wanted to at least put one of those in one of those sacks. Because we've got, like I said, I call it the Bigfoot sweet potato. This guy right here, I think we should put him straight into the bag and do what that one person told me. And they said, just put the dirt up to where the slips, just under where the slips are starting to grow from. And so we've got a few around here. So but we've already got all these roots down here, so this should be able to go in the dirt and be fine. It's just got to be grown vertically, so it has to be like this. These were these are on their sides, like I said earlier. You lay these in here. I think 2-3 months that these have been in here growing slips off them. They changed a little bit from being really light like those slips to being darker when I put them in the sun. So obviously, I used to just sun them in the window until the weather got decent enough for us to bring everything outside. Um, but there's quite a difference in the leaf. You can see. Let me get this one out. I love how beautiful sweet potato plants are, though, because look at them. They're just gorgeous. The leaves are heart shaped. I mean, what the heck? I mean, it's hard to believe this is coming out of a sweet potato, and it's hard to believe that they don't go bad. They just lay in there and they just keep producing and producing and producing. It's actually quite amazing. Um, I cut a main one off a long time ago, and it's already growing more pieces on it too. So I think we're gonna, I think we're gonna take one of these off at least and plant back there. You just got to cut them at the right place. That's the thing you always got to worry about, cutting them at the wrong spot. If there is a wrong spot, what I find fascinating is just how little of a sweet potato you need to grow slips. So we're gonna, for example, this is two full size sweet potatoes, right? Okay, and the one end, these ends didn't grow off; they grow off the opposite ends. So whatever end the roots grow out of, the slips grow off the other end, like these. So you have slips up here, roots down here, right? Roots, slips. These was an experiment. I just had cut a sweet potato for the dogs, and you cut your tips off. This is a really little tip, and this was a little small piece. Look how many slips have grown from this one little piece of potato, and then this one has two going from that. I mean, and underneath here, this whole original, I had to add another foil pan because this original was so small, is just loaded with nothing but roots. I mean, there's a root system in here like no other. I don't know how I would ever get them out of there. And according to almost every gardener I've seen on YouTube, they claim this is the best way to grow your slips. Is with your potatoes laying like this, they're just going to keep growing and growing slips for you. So yeah, so what we're going to do is go back there in our bags and plant some of these and see where we go. And I need the scissors. Where did they put them? So that I can. Oh gosh, did I take them in the house again? Y'all, I had these scissors. Um, hey, can you take that and here? I'm trying to figure out this. Gotta set the phone mentally just in me. So I can't. I'm multitasking with me. And yeah, okay. Let's get the phone lit. Alright, you guys. Just put this in on our things, okay? On the shoe rack. We had noticed that all of us were outside earlier, you guys, and we were outside in our slides. Can you imagine? We're all standing in dirt, doing gardening stuff, and we all had slides on. So of course, we all had to, clean ourselves up after that. That was quite the mess, and I think your son might have stepped in something in one of his shoes here because it's a little like mud. Hopefully, I'm sure it's the mud from the backyard, not dog mud, right? Oh, okie. All right. Well, when you go to do something else, in my case, I always end up doing multiple other things when I'm doing something else because some things always need attention, right? Biggest thing about the shoe thing is it's so convenient, but you got to make sure the shoes you're putting on there are clean. Otherwise, you end up with all the stuff that goes on there and then it's on the corner. I haven't figured that out. Okay, big one. Oh boy. Bottoms.
What?
I said the bottoms
Yeah, I sprayed them.
are so muddy though.
I know, the shoe was stuck on there. I needed
they should never.
the brush, I
I
guess.
never had them in these shoes back there. I didn't even look to see what they were wearing when I just went back there. I was like, oh no. Well, I am trying. It will get much wetter.
Making you brush. Take the brush over there.
Then do that.
Well, let me pass. I'll take
Get
her
over
in.
inside. Yeah, I know. I gotta go.
Will you just go up the fucking... What are you doing, dog?
I am a girl.
Come here.
Get in there before you trip.
You're supposed to go
She went right between my legs instead of walking
I
up
know,
the
she was
stairs.
going to go up, and then she just all of a sudden reversed when she saw me right behind her.
I was like, oh, Johnny's are good to go.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back, guys. Mary Jane Doe, hello. I'm out here multitasking. We've been roaming around, sweating to death. Got out in the back, started to get things ready for the live, and then got lost track of time. And it was like, supposed to start at 3, and then it was like, I come in the house, it's 3:35. I'm like, oh my gosh. So yeah. Between weather and wind was the first problem, and then trying to get outside and get the stuff ready to go. And that was the next part. So right now, we're taking a little small break, getting something to drink, letting the dogs out, and then we are going to go back and plant some sweet potato slips in some grow bags that are already ready. Guess what I found yesterday, you guys? This is so exciting. Well, anyway, to me, I was excited about it. The little itty bitty potatoes that people grow, they're the little tiny ones that come in, regular yellow, red, all that. The little potato company or whatever they call them, and you'll see them in your store for like $4 or $5 for a bag. I like to use those from time to time. So I got some, and here we go. Let's put it this way. I got some of those. And get this, so I was going to do regular potatoes too, but you have to have organic potatoes because regular potatoes that go in the store, when they sell them, they're sprayed with pesticides and then they won't, what is the word I'm looking for? They won't like get eyes and they won't turn as fast because they want you to be able to get them at the store and get them home before they turn, right? I had some for like almost 3 months, y'all. These potatoes, like 1 or 2 of them had a little eye on them. I'm like, oh my God, this isn't going to work. So I gave up on those. I actually ended up planting like 2 little ends of those in with my sweet potatoes on the corners. I don't see anything. And then the next thing was I was looking at these little potatoes I just got, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they've got eyes on them. So there was like 3 of them at the very bottom of the bag, and they had eyes on them. So they're not quite there yet. I want them to get a little bigger, but I have them in a spot where they'll a dry warm spot, and then they'll go faster. So one of those bags is going to be saved for the 3 baby potatoes. I would rather grow those anyway because they're going to take up so much room since we're going to have so many sweet potatoes. We literally have so many sweet potato slips right now, y'all, that we're going to probably take some to my favorite pet, like the pet spa where my dogs go, because there is a lot of people that are starting to make homemade dog food like me. And that's one of a really good piece to put in their, like, into their food. You know, they're not as fussy as people, obviously, when it comes to the. I'm not a big, see, that thing of it is I'm not a big sweet potato person. I really don't eat sweet potatoes. I just don't like them. That's just me. But the dogs love them and other people love them, so I'm good with that. So we're gonna try to share those because, like the one gentleman said that I was first watching when I got these ideas was one sweet potato. You can produce over 100 more potatoes off of one sweet potato because how many slips will grow off of it? They just keep going and going, you guys. I've never seen anything like it. And the plants are absolutely beautiful. I mean, the plants that come above, it's hard to believe that something's that beautiful up there. And then down below, this beautiful plant is this huge potato forming. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I think the whole part of everything, like growing and watching it grow, is really like entertaining and fascinating to me. Like, I didn't think when I started all these little, like, I don't know, little projects or little like sample trials of things that I was going to do, was trying to do like sweet potato in the water, the little carrot tops. I just watched all these videos and I thought these are really cool. Just don't go getting any more mud because yeah, Dad just cleaned your shoes. Anyway, um, OMG, Bigfoot's showing the top of my fire pit that he fell over. Well, let's see. You fell over it. First, your son fell over it 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Then you fell over it and you broke it. When Johnny tripped over at the time, it was still in mint condition. But that's a Bigfoot fell on it. Yeah. Well worth, I don't know. I think it was my first ever fire pit, you guys. And I think I got it off Amazon and I was so excited about it. It has little moons and stars around it. Actually, you know what? We could use that black paint and repaint that whole fire pit, make it look new again. Do you? Yeah, we should do that. Oh, you were? Okay. Yeah. Oh, my word. So now it's nice to be outside when that stinky sun goes down. It was so hot. We almost all boiled to death, y'all. I'm not even playing, like we were just cooking in the back. Right now, my arms are literally so. I haven't been out in the sun for so many years. I just would stay away from the sun. I wouldn't go out in it much, like out, but not like out planting, doing gardening. When you're doing those kinds of things, you're obviously in the sun, and you're gonna get, yeah, you're gonna get warm, and you're gonna get tan or burnt in my case. But mine is so dark now that it gets redder and redder, but it eventually gets brown. I don't know. My legs are like chickens compared to my arms. And my daughter, who used to be tan, my daughter that's a twin, she come over one day. She goes, "Mom, you're so red." I said, "And brown. Come on now. It ain't all sunburned. Give me a little credit." Because they used to always be so tan when they were little. She don't go out crazy like running around like they used to, or being at the pool every day like they was when they was kids. So, you know, that makes a difference. And I had to go get some water from the water fountain, you guys, on a paper towel because I thought I had gotten all the mud from sticking my arms down in grow bags off, and I literally found more. Oh, careful, because Milo, go around. Come over here, buddy. Go around that way, and then come here. Come here. Here, Milo. Oh, I didn't mean there, buddy. Are you wet? You okay, buddy? Here, you want to say hi to everybody? Say hi. Say hi. Did I connect this? No, because he'll run off. I know. I know. Milo, you say hi? Say hi to YouTube. Say hi, everybody. Hello. Oh, big yawn. Say hello. You say hi, buddy. He's like, what in the heck's going on? You're pointing that camera at me again. Yeah, the dogs are not having a good time, y'all. Having to not be able to be put on their lead and go out in the yard and use the restroom where they want to, because I'm in the process of arguing with somebody on the whole fact that when you pay property taxes and you pay here to live in a place, then you should be able to have your dog on a lead as long as you're outside and you're watching your dog. I can understand it if you put it out and you walked in and some kid went by and messed with your dog and got bit. I understand that, but not all of us are irresponsible. So I was just I was irritated, and then I told her, I said, literally, I've got so many issues, and some days I can't even hardly move. And you want me, if I'm all alone at home, to come down them stairs with 3 different dogs and stand in the yard with them? And I'm thinking to myself, oh, well, that's just wonderful, because if I get injured, what are you gonna do about it? Is what I said to her. And then she's like, well, there's special considerations. Okay, well then why didn't you tell me that, like, the last 2 times you charged us a $150 fine for having, listen to this, guys, our dog lead hooked to our own fucking deck. Sorry for the F word, but our own deck, okay? Our own property, the part of the property that we pay property taxes on. And there's no, I can put a beware of dog sign up here, but I don't have huge dogs. Y'all see my dogs. They're like little itty bitty things. And I don't let them out around people. And other people's kids don't come around here and come in people's yards. Like that just doesn't happen here. It probably has at one point. Somebody probably did get bit in the face or something happened to somebody. And that's why they put the rules on. But they're not giving you any way to let your dog have any freedom unless you have a deck that's completely closed in, right? Where your dog can be up there. They can't eat. That's the only time they can be on it off of something is because because they're fenced in on top of your deck. But you can't have anything out in the yard. So we have this rollout fence stuff, right? It's like they call it snow fence in Iowa. And what we did was, and it comes with stakes. And what we would do is at night and on weekends when the nosy people that work out here, the maintenance guys, don't go tattle to anybody, we let the dogs have some time out in the yard to mosey around. And the way we've got this closed off right now, so like right here, so we can put something there. They won't go out. He's got a sidewall over here, and one of our vehicles is right there. So I told him, I said, just run it from the vehicle right here, either around the fountain or in front of it, and then right up here behind the kitchen to the deck, like right here where we had it hooked before. And that gives them that little square area to roam and go to the bathroom. And then, of course, when at night we're done for the night, everybody's done, we roll it back away. That's why I got a roll out fence, because it's something we could use temporarily. I don't know. It's just really, I'm annoyed. Not necessarily. Well, lunch late. Honey, you can put that piece of wood back on top of the tomatoes if you want, but I don't think it'll matter. They'll probably be okay. Let Milo's probably anxious. Here, come take him back in. What's her name said that we're not supposed to water on top of the plants, but under. Right, but I don't think that's what happened. I think it was with the tomatoes. It was that wind that day. So what I did was I filled the underneath. I put a little water down under the tomato plants to give them. Right, and there's another thing I was reading last night about certain times of the day to water your plants matters. Did you read that thing I sent you? Oh, okay, yeah, I send myself and my husband stuff when I see it and want to watch it but can't watch it right then. It's a certain time of the day that's better than others to water your flowers and your plants. So I need to pay attention to that. I tend to come out earlier in the day, um, usually between 10 and 12, and check everything. But most of the stuff I'm not watering until later. I'm usually watering fountains, y'all, adding water to fountains. That's the usual thing I'm watering. Um, yeah, it was in Dad's shed and something punctured it. I told him just to take it down. He's gonna, honey, we'll have to switch out this one with another one at some point because it came undone and I just didn't hook it back on. I don't know if you want to throw it away. It could be a good piece of plastic for something you might need it for someday, or you never know what we could use it for. Well, it's got a little tiny hole though. But put a piece of tape on that sucker and you've got no holes. Yeah, I don't want it up in here with white tape on it, but is it gonna rain? Well then, yeah, don't take it down yet. We'll switch it when it stops raining, so you don't get your hair wet. I'm just kidding. My hair has been wet with sweat all day. Trust me. I know you need a hair truck again. A hair truck. A hair truck. No, it's okay, buddy. Hello. Hello.
said hello like 1 second.
So basically we've got to build a full deck out here, and then when we surround the deck and block off the entrance and exit of the deck, then you can have your dogs on that. So that's the only way they're going to be able to be outside. Other than I was just telling them about the rollout snow fence thing that we got, which we should be doing like at night, just a little bit. Yeah, with the posts. Yeah. Last year we had it like going out and around behind the tree back there and all the way to the back around behind the shed. We had a big space because we had 4 of them here last year. My son's dog was here too.
Now it's only
The Three Stooges.
one less. Whatever happened to Arkansas?
So I was thinking, brat patties. Oh, they already had hamburgers earlier for lunch though. Probably thirsty. See, we got a little freezer, and then this light here at night will come on automatically when you come over this way, which is nice because when you come out here, you can't see unless you have something that turns on. So it's sprinkling a little bit, guys. Imagine that. That way, you know that I wasn't jiving you when I said it. The wind and rain, like the timing is crazy. Okay. Put my phone down. Move these things over here. A moment. It won't get too wet. Oh, MD. Listen, I was literally just taking a break and I was going to go back and. Oh boy, guys, here comes the wind and the rain. Look at that. OMG. So not okay. I'm sure this is going to be a little. It's going to pass. Hopefully, it won't be too long like this. It's a nice thing about having another little awning area, though, because before we just had the table with the umbrella and we couldn't. So what we're doing for now until we get this outdoor kitchen built is we have this big tarp that basically covers this and the wood behind it that we desperately need to be covered. We put a little border for our tomato plants back here. Come back here and see if my hubby needs any help. OMG, guys. I'm sure it's not going to be very much of anything, but here's for people that just may have come in or Mary Jane Doe, we've got all the grow bags ready. They're all set up and ready to go. I'm going to do sweet potato slips in 3, and then my plan is to keep the 2 for regular potatoes, but at the same time I was thinking maybe I'll do 2 sweet potato, 1 regular potato because they're small, and then do the watermelon plants in a couple as well. We weren't going to do that. We were going to do like a ground flower bed, garden bed, like that one's raised because of my back, but we were going to do one like on the ground and then just build around it. But I think I've seen people do the watermelon plants in grow bags and stuff, and if I do it, then they'll build a drape down, and then we'll build a place for once the fruit starts to form for them to be able to sit on. Um, but yeah, so like I said, we've got the bed liner for this. It finally came. I needed such a big one because my husband made a huge one. So we just got to get the liner laid out in here, fill it full of dirt. And then yeah, so, but I'm not quite sure why he did that with the wood on the inside. He had a reason for it. And I'm not going to complain. I kind of wish these were more level. I have to have him trim these down because I can see them being kind of annoying. But usually you don't have this kind of something on the inside, but I'm thinking it had something to do with keeping these boards together to make the sides. So it is what it is. He'll probably go around it if he decides he wants to. I told him I don't care if you paint it if you want to or whatever. I just told him I'd leave it up to him. I mean, we have paint, but the kind of paint we have is indoor paint. It's not outdoor paint. So he thought about clear coating it too. I was like, well, you could, because that's going to be the most waterproofing, and just leave it the wood look. That's totally fine with me. And then, like I said, the pallet. The reason why we do things on pallets is because at some point we're going to have that all smoothed out there, and then set these together. Like one will be. We might even probably. I don't know if we're going to put. I told him we could do a square. We could put like the raised bed against the back of the shed. And then have this pallet. We'll move it up onto the dirt so it's not killing our grass. So we can either do them like that, and then have the pallet right here, or we can have them each on each side, and then like I told him, I don't want to walk on dirt. I'm not going to walk on all that dirt. So I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it to where there's a pallet that you walk on between all of this. That's kind of the plan for now. Yeah, so still working on this messery back here, but that's why we put, this is a long thin pallet, and it's actually the same size as, because I was going to do 2 of those garden beds. It's the same size. He basically made that for a bottom for another one, and then I saw it as a perfect place to set these because they're not very big. But this is what we do when it's going to rain too heavy. We just set that over top of that. Obviously that's not going to be able to be done much longer because, as you can see, I got 1 tier on, and they're about up to that. So, all right, so I won't be doing any more watering on top. Like I said, I was trying to go under, but these are nice because they have the self-watering spots, which really helps because your roots is where you need your water process. This huge thing, lunch lady just said to me, I'll have to look back about the cucumbers. But yeah, so when I watered these, I go down in there when they were not grown hardly even out of the ground, or out of the soil yet. I was obviously watering across the top. But now that they're like this, I just took the hose and lightly sprayed down underneath the plants. I didn't spray on top. But that's definitely something to be aware of, especially with these smaller ones. I wish I would have ended up with 2 of those because it has the greenhouse wrap and you can like shut it off and everything. It's really nice. But I think I ordered these before I got those, and I'm like, okay, the cucumbers are going to be way bigger than the tomatoes, so we're going to use the big growers with the trellises for the cucumbers, and then we'll do the smaller ones because my tomatoes are like Roma and yellow pear, so they're small. So they're not going to be huge. I know Lenny was like, geez, look at how many tomatoes you got there. I know, right? I like went a little, because I didn't think they would all, like, sometimes they don't all take. And these ones are, some of them had grown 3 or 4 or 5 together because I had them in that little tiny grow thing, and I put too many seeds in each one. Remember, y'all? I put multiple seeds into each one of those little trays was only meant 1 inch by 1 inch to have a single seed in it to grow up. So anyway, so they're doing pretty good. That's what I said. I need to get some marigold back here. I could put my hanging marigold back here, or just get a planter and plant some marigold, but it'd take a while. So I might try to find some that's actually already, like grown. This here is an organic mixture that I found the recipe online, and it is a dash of Dawn soap, apple cider vinegar, and water diluted. And it's supposed to help keep rodents off your leaves. It's supposed to help, you spray them periodically, and it's really supposed to help because I can see that we've got insects, little holes in my leaves on here already. I'm not real happy about. That's the other reason why the marigolds evidently pair good with tomato and cucumber plants and multiple other plants in your garden. So I do need to get some back here. I'd like to put like maybe a garden stake here and put the flowers back here. So I'm on the hunt for some because my husband's like, well, why don't you take some out of that pot up there? And I'm like, because that is a fucking mess. Okay, when they put these things in planters, they plant so many different flowers together. Then what you see inside of here is an entire cluster of nothing but uh, what do you call it? Roots. And so I wouldn't even know to separate what to what part was what. You know what I'm saying? To even try to do that. Not to mention it's hard to get into these pots. You almost have to. Oh, yeah. So I'm really concerned about this. I don't know why it looks so rough, but no, that feels good under there. I had to add, like I told you guys, some of that mulch around these plants because I needed the moisture to be able to stay in there because these plants, like I said, they're up in the air and they're now they're heavy though, so I know they have a good water content in them now. But the other day, before I came out and put mulch in them, they were really light, and that's not a good sign. That means they were pretty dry. And that was me watering everything every day, so there's that. All the rain has killed. Yeah, I know. See what I'm saying? I have to like run stuff in the house and do all sorts of unnecessary things because it's stupid weather. I guess I didn't think about that part of it was going to be damn near exhausting trying to fight the weather all the time. And of course, certain things can stay out here, certain things can't. Um, oh my word. You want to check and see if those. Yeah, that's no good. I'm sorry I left that bun in there last night. Don't do it there. It's going to explode everywhere. I already know. It's like a stone of rock. But if I get me a couple more of the hanging plants that are fake, then I wouldn't have to worry about them getting all screwed up over there. And that might be better if I just move those flowers from there. I like them because they match everything over there, but I have to be concerned about the fact that they're not doing so well there, and that may not be their place. I don't know, you guys. Um, uh, love you too, Leanie. What's tonight? Tuesday? Are you gonna go live like here later night, or are we just doing Kohlberger Wednesday tomorrow? Forgot to ask you. I'm sorry. Before you got away from when you. Well, I'll just look out for you to see. Usually when I'm about to go to bed at all hours of the morning, that's when something is going on, or you'll come on and there'll be something worth staying awake for. So, um, I don't know, y'all. I'm waiting for it to stop sprinkling a little bit. It's just a little sprinkle. It ain't nothing major. I actually like it when it sprinkles a little bit and you just sit under here and relax. Um, I wonder if I'm just trying to figure out if the pork chops got thawed out or not. You never know, guys. Okay, so we're gonna come up here and I'm gonna Gonna see how these flowers are doing up here. I usually don't, like I said, I don't like to leave things. And my husband's shoes are not supposed to be up here. I also have this to put away in the shed. You never know. Oh well. These ones are always looking really dry, but like I said, I think it's all the ones that are up on stuff. I'm holding all these different things in different places. Calm down. The dogs are all barking and freaking out inside. And the kids are inside the door, so they get excited whenever there's anything going on. It's when it's real quiet and everybody's chilling. It's always such a nice moment. Don't you all agree? When everything gets quiet and calm in the home, that's always my favorite times when shit's chill. When everybody's just relaxed and feeling good and comfortable and yeah. But I'm pretty sure that we've got a whole house full of hungry goats here. Hungry goats.
That what we call them now?
All right. I'm so silly.
Hungry goat. You can pull that forward now if you want.
A little bit. There we go. I guess I can go check on those, but even if they're frozen, they'll thaw out. I gotta figure out what to feed the doggos too. I need to make another batch of dog food up. I'm probably just gonna feed them a salad. I'll probably do cucumber and their favorite lettuce and spinach. So usually what I do, like once a week between like when I'm making dog food, I'll take the dog food, and that next morning they'll get scrambled eggs. Eggs are really good for dogs, and I'll do that. And then that night I'll do salad. Just give them something different in between the rice and all the veggies, because that's kind of, I mean, other than changing the vegetables and the meat, it's about the only change they get in their stuff. Alrighty then. Curtains have gone mad, and I'm definitely going to change out this what do you call it? The curtains here. Like I said, I wanted to go with the aqua ones I got to the front, and then put these right here on this side, and he's going to take this down. Because, I mean, other than helping a little bit when it rains, that it's out of the 3-4 walls that came with that other one we had years ago. I said, where'd you store the stuff in your shed with not inside anything? And he said, yep. I said, well, that was the piece that was on the top, because it's the piece my own self out, y'all. It's called buttons. All the yeah. What on earth was I gonna do besides? So I think we'll go with that whole plan of that. I think it'll be a good idea. Come on now. This is supposed to be in front of this to keep it dry. There we go. There you go. Look, we'll make a kite out of it, you guys. The nice thing about the outdoor furniture is that it is made out of a material. I'm sure you guys have some. If you have any, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's made out of material that doesn't absorb water, so to speak. The only thing I don't like is originally I'm more of a blue person. I was going to get a blue set. The rattan furniture looks like kind of like the wicker stuff. And then somebody last summer was selling a brand new in a box, the 4-piece set. And I was like, oh, we've been looking for it. And even though the doggone covers are red, that was the only part I had to get over because I do not like red. But since this is kind of a darker red, black, burgundy-ish red, whatever you want to call it, it's not like a bright red. It's not too bad. Okay. Come on now. All right, we're gonna push these in. Because they act like kites if you don't. Dude, this is what kept me from coming live, like, I don't know how many days in a row. Y'all, I kept trying and trying, and it just wasn't happening. This weather was not having it. And it was doing it, like, right when we'd be getting close to going live. You know what I mean? It would start. And then we'd have to take everything and move everything around and put everything away, and I was so annoyed. Come here. Stupid curtain. I got the curtains tied to the sides of the thing here. And it's finagling my palm tree. The heck and back, so I gotta move that a little bit. There we go. Alright. Everything's blowing all over Tom, Dick, and Harry here, as they used to say back in the day. Only bad thing about solar fountains is they don't really maneuver when it's raining. I really feel like something happened to this. I don't know what, but it hasn't wanted to come back on. And I don't know why. It's just kind of disappointing. And of course, I have to keep this water as clean as I can because these things, run um, off of water. But they get a lot of crap, goes through the air, and it goes all over the freaking place, you guys. It's so annoying. The other day, the cottonwood trees were blowing cotton all over, and it was just everywhere. I'm going to have to go and add some water to that. Yep. Are all the water jugs empty? Shit.
Got the amount of spout of it.
I know. We do. We need like a little outdoor. This one dude, he had an outdoor kitchen. He had a old sink from a kitchen. He had his garden hose hooked to it. It was perfect. I was like, that's great. Because if you did that, you could just put a 5-gallon bucket underneath to catch the water. And then that same 5-gallon bucket, I mean, obviously if it's dirty water, but you could, water the lawn with it or whatever, something like that. Oh, I know what I was going to go after. Put you guys right here near the tent for a minute. I gotta go grab the charger. The charger. That one charger out here. So we got a charger out here that works for our bug zapper, but also works for what? Don't you dare. I'm chasing things around, guys. Ouch. Okay, that was quite the, don't mind me. I just trying to get something plugged in and I'm in a hell of a time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks like it's going to accept it. My phone is so picky with these new batteries in these phones. They literally do not like to charge with how, I mean, mine likes a C to C instead of a C to USB to be charged. It's just so weird. Okay. I see roots. I see roots. Where? Mary Jane. I just read that it said I see roots. I'm like, where? Said I see roots. I'm thinking I must put my phone in a weird place. Come on, bugger off, brother. Want to check that one out? I couldn't get it. One after I poured water. I switched them again. So exhausting. Trying to keep these curtains attached to these holes when it's windy. Okay. So I was going to add, I keep sitting on this stupid container. I was going to add some water to the fountains, guys, even though it's raining. Seeing if that one would take off. It's literally meant for a pool. They're so big. What I did was I had the smaller ones for bird fountain size, but they wouldn't stay in the bird bass. They would like the bird fountain. They wouldn't stay in the bird bass, even though they're small. They would like float all over it, and which is fine. But then when it would be windy, it would just blow all the water right out. So we got. I sent those back because one of them quit working, and got these bigger ones because they had the little leg things on them to make them stay in the middle of it, so the water won't leak out. What I didn't realize is I was getting the ones that were big ones like what my big pool over there has, instead of the little tiny ones for bird bass. And they barely fit in there. And if the water comes up and it doesn't come down and it blows out, then it empties it in a matter of minutes because it's pumping it so fast. So that was the only thing that really perturbed me, was that happened. Then I sent them back and then ended up with like these whole different things going on. But the nice thing is, is that the fish fountain over there, the 3-tier, it does pretty good. I do have to add water to it quite often because, as everything around here, everything drips and kind of splatters back out on itself. On the table when you sat down, your phone. Oh yeah, the roots. Those are the roots to the potato slips, sweet potato slips. Sorry. Yeah, these. That's why we're supposed to be going better to plants. Wait for the stupid rain to pass. I got those, and I got some others that need to. I just can't figure out what in that big bush of stuff down there I'm going to be able to plant there. It said 3 to 4 slips per bag size, so like ours is 10-gallon, so 3 to 4 slips will work in one bag. That should pretty much fill up the whole bag with sweet potatoes after the. I don't remember. Is it 90-day growth or can't remember how many days it's going to take? Yeah. I mean, I could have gotten those done a long time ago. I should have been filling them bags, and we'd already be halfway to a harvest by now. But we got busy doing other things, and as I showed you when we did our little tour to the back, there's a whole lot of. Why is my phone doing all this weird shit? Now, what is that? Okay, the shutter opened, and you guys, I swear, it's crazy. Yeah, there we go. I need to get my phone. I have a stand that's a charger that charges an earpods, your phone, and your watch all at once. Even if you don't have all those things, it's still amazing. I don't know about bringing it out here, but we'll see. I'm plugged in over here, but it's not the best of situations. I can't reach down there. Can you from over there to plug in the red solo lights?
Sure.
As long as we keep it. I know, but I've got it.
You changed.
I am charging a phone. That's why.
I know, but I had originally put this one on the one that's up here so you could reach it. And I put this one down here somewhere. Somebody moved it.
All right, I'm sorry. Probably the night when it was raining, I was frantically doing stuff fast. All right. I know. Well, like I said, they have those things you can go like this off the top of the thing, and then go over, and then there's a leg and a leg, and it's like a almost like a kite style, and it just gives you a canopy cover up for. You know what I mean? You can see that ugly little thing, which the black thing's a planter, and I have a raised ashtray inside of it. How silly, right? Oh, let me get it out of the rain. No, what? I can go look, but I'm pretty sure that that last of that was the jar that you rinsed out. Careful, there's plants behind you on the ground. Wow. So it's so funny. So this was like a prelude, a joke on the whole live thing because I didn't get it done earlier when we were back there preparing for it because I wanted to make it to where you guys didn't have to watch us scooping a bunch of dirt into bags and all the frustration and chaos of all that. Because trust me, it was chaotic because it was like we had an assembly line going. We had the dirt from the old garden on the ground that we're trying to use up, and then we had compost type soil, and then regular potting soil with the fertilizer in it on. So we did layers, and then we topped, with the looser soil so that because you want loose soil for potatoes so that they have plenty of room to root and grow in there. So if they're too tight, they said that um, the potatoes will be a lot smaller if they don't have room to spread out. So Bigfoot's on in the outdoor kitchen making some pork chops for him and the kiddos. Um, Last night we had a foil pan and we did Johnsonville better cheddars. I love those, and I cut them up like while they're cold. Still, I wash them. I don't know why, but I wash any food that I ever get out of a package of anything. I wash all of it, and then so I chopped it into chunks, and then we had the little tiny round golden potatoes. Cut those in half, and then take a bag of it's two-tone corn. I call it two-tone corn, but the white and yellow corn together. It's really good. I think it's from Bird's Eye, I believe. And then you do seasoning, and then you put little chunks of butter all throughout that, right? So that it melts onto all the corn. And you cook all that with foil over a pan, poke little holes in it for steaming, and put it right on the grill. It is amazing. So a dinner for four in one pan, y'all. And it didn't take long at all to make. So that's what we did last night on the grill. Most of the time in the summer, we just look at this. Look at this crap, guys. That wind. The other night, like I said, we were out here holding this thing down because we didn't want to have to fold it down. I'm like, if we have to put it away, then yeah. And then shit. And then here goes the rain again. It's been real crappy here lately. It's starting to irritate me. Literally the week before the kids came, we didn't have no rain, perfect weather, everything was good. And then as soon as you want to plan things and do things with kids and family outings, then you have the weather to deal with. It just loves to ruin it for you. So my grow bags, should we have put plastic over those? They're going to get all wet, and then the soil will be all wet. I guess they'll be pre-watered. Yeah, I won't have to water them. I'll just have to plant them in a little bit of wet soil. So I don't know how this is going to pan out. I'm kind of bummed. I didn't even know we had rain coming. Hold on a minute. I gotta jump up on the porch, not jump, but race up on the porch here. It's wet. Stuff, stuff. Okay, we go.
Dang said he was watching that.
Yeah. Out here, where's my phone? Keep going off the screen. They go to the table, but I didn't get them in here quick enough, and it's already raining on shit. So we can just barely get all of it in under a 10 by 10. I'm so sick of this weather. And I actually went up on the deck to move something, y'all, and totally missed out on what I was trying to do. Oh my word, this is so annoying. So yeah, so that's what I get when it decides to rain. I'm gonna have to go get wet. Or I gotta go back and I got the thing open on the cucumbers. I haven't even shut it. I usually shut that up when it rains because they've already been watered and I don't want them to get overwatered, but so I'm gonna make a run for it, y'all. Be right back. But for now, I've been trying to keep them, um, covered up when the weather is shitty. Unfortunately, the other ones don't have a greenhouse cover, so I'm literally we're using a piece of plywood to put across over top so they don't get because all of the water, hard water, and wind is what really hurt them last time. Um, we've been trying our best to cover up stuff. As I say that, I'm looking at the stuff that I went up 3 times to move, y'all. I know that.
No.
Just gonna put some plants under the table. disappearing on me for some freaking reason, y'all. I don't get it. I tried making sushi for the first time. My daughter said it came out pretty good. I put imitation crab. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, I don't like seafood either, Mary Jane Doe. Oh wow, this phone charger thing is definitely meant just for that lamp. It won't charge my phone like 1% for 10 minutes. I'll have to get the other one on. We'll probably go inside for a minute, you guys, and give it a few minutes to stop raining all the way. And then I'll be able to come out and go back there and pop those in real quick. Because I have too many sweet potatoes everywhere. The slips are just growing like wild. And the Bigfoot sweet potato, the one in the big plastic container, I really want to plant that one because it's just really hard to keep moving that around. And I'm pretty sure it'll do really good as long as it's grown vertically. Yep, it's about to stop, guys. We've had a lot of rain lately, so it's good for the plants and the flowers and all that good stuff, but not so exciting when you've just watered everything. It's like my phone battery's being weird. Didn't mean to cough in y'all's ear. Right, yeah. Now I've had crab ragoons, and that's got crab meat and cream cheese together. It's not bad, but it's a bit, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. They're good, but I'm not a big seafood person either, so I don't really eat a whole lot of that stuff. Oh wow. Now it's just gonna chill all the way out. Now we just get to go wipe everything off, and it's the fun part. Wipe everything off, put everything back. Each time it's rained, and we've had a windstorm this week, we've had to do the same thing. You should have seen it the day we were filling the rocks up inside the. Um, that was wild. I was gonna do something. I couldn't feel like remember what it was. Let's wipe stuff off. Oh, I was gonna check the leg on this. Let's make sure it's dirty. If you guys could have seen. I'm telling you guys, absolutely love the pineapple marmalade plant. It's so cute. And it had the, like I said, they put them in such small pots before you buy them, like when you buy them, that you can't even bring them home and have them in there very long before you're like, oh yeah, I got to get this moved because it was in like the tiniest little pot. Um, I want to say it was in like a 4 or 5 inch, and I put it in an 8, the pineapple pot, which I absolutely adore. It's so pretty and colorful. But I really love that. I thought it was so neat just to get a plant with a pineapple growing on top. I'm like, that is not it. That was so cool. Um, And then, like I said, my poor palm tree's over there. She's trying to hang on, but I don't know what I've done wrong. And I'm hoping whatever I did wrong, I can fix so I can bring it back to life. Uh, Hold on 1 minute. Gonna go over here to Messenger and let my dear friend know I'm live. Got a call from the friend group. No, don't come out yet, bud. Just hold on. We're gonna eat dinner inside. We're not gonna eat out here tonight. It's too wet. They're used to eating out here on the patio, but it's a little damp right now. We're not all the way dry yet. I can probably make it dry for him if he wants to eat out here, but I think we'll eat inside tonight. Been out in the humidity all day, and I'm really bummed about this charger. So I'm gonna go get a better charger, I think, and use that because this is not charging right. Goodness gracious! Oh, I just hope the watermelon plants will be okay, guys. Like I said, I wasn't able to save all of those things in the greenhouse, but I was able to save some of it. And the stuff that didn't make it, I still have seeds too, because I saved some. So what I'm going to do is we're going to replant the lettuce. There was 3 lettuces and carrots, and I think one other thing is what's going to go in that long 6-foot garden bed that I showed y'all. The stuff that doesn't vine. That's why I bought special planters for the cucumbers and tomatoes because they vine up, and we don't have a lot of space to we can't put a full like backyard garden like we would be able to if we own this whole property. So we're doing kind of what we can to just make it as simple as possible and have stuff and things that we can like reuse in the future, um and because they already have like the stackable so that the vining fruit vegetables can grow up them. That was just really easy for us rather than us having to go out and like build trellises and all these other things. And if I had a big area to garden in, we'd definitely do that. I mean, we have a lot of space. We just, it's easier when you own your own property and you can just, instead of leasing it, um, then you can do, have your specific area for your garden. And, we'd have like a koi pond with fish and all that stuff if we were able to here. I was lucky to get by with putting a pool and making a water feature because if they thought for 1 minute that that was for anybody to swim in or even a dog, it would not be able to be here. I'm telling you. So it's a water feature. Tends to seem to, I've noticed a lot that when you have things in your yard, people tend to drive by a lot slower than they used to. Like they'll drive by and they'll see stuff and they'll be like, oh, that's cool. I actually had a gal the other day that was walking my neighbor's dog, and she came back through on like the back side of her house is this front side of where our yard starts, and she was like, oh, that's really interesting. Like she's like, this is really cool. And y'all, I'm still waiting for my flamingo. Look, any day that flamingo's gonna arrive, and it better be good because I waited a long time for it to get here, but it's a floating flamingo to go in my pool. I kind of tried to decide if I wanted to do, with the frog and the lily pads and all that in there, if I wanted to go with the flamingo, but I thought, oh, hell, why not? You know, let's have at least one thing you can see floating in there. Now, Mr. Frog, if the pool's all the way filled up a little bit more like it was last night, you can see him floating up there and you can see his eyeballs looking at you. It's funny. But no, the flamingo, I think, will be really a nice touch because it's something that floats. actually have two frogs in there. One is a little itty bitty frog. Frog, the character one. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. Don't take a big drink of Slurpee, y'all. Or huff on anything that might make you choke. That's not why you're trying to talk, right? Oh yeah, his eyeballs are looking at me. Look. Look. Look at him. He's just sitting there with a smile on his face, like, yeah, man, I got this pool all to myself. Last night it was funny because we put water in here, and um, the when the what did I try to say? The hose. When the hose is in here, adding water in, OMG, it makes like a swirling, like circular motion, right? So what happens is it's like a raging river almost. It just keeps going round and round. And everything's going really fast. And I was trying to fix the fountain so it'd be in the middle. And when I did that, y'all, that was the craziest thing I ever saw. That thing was dancing all over. I was drenched all up one side of my arm and down the other. I'm not even lying. Totally drenched. Feels good though when you're out in the heat and mess with it, but yeah. So what I sometimes do with these lily pads is I use them to get stuff out of the pool. See, they work pretty good for that too. But yeah, you can hook these all together. I have like two right here hooked together with another lily pad. Here it is by itself. I got little ones. They all have like a little place to hook onto. And then here's the little frog that came with the set. He's just a little itty bitty thing. I thought I was gonna get a big frog. That's why I got him. Mr. Frog here. Ooh, what do you got on you, buddy? Yeah, he's a nice floater. But yeah, we got to get that flamingo in here, y'all. So, but yeah, it'll just swirl round and round and round. And, but yeah, we've got our rocks up here. I'm still looking for some more river rocks that are a little bigger. Put a few more up here, around here. But we picked special ones. And we've got the Welcome to Paradise, which I wish it was paradise. I wouldn't call. And nothing in Iowa was paradise, y'all. And my husband's nice bright orange paint job on some old orange spray paint he found. That's an air tank, right? Yeah, an air pig. And there's the little red solo cup lights that we dug out of storage that hadn't been used in years. It was probably for a party a long time ago, and I never used it. Probably for either my birthday or my daughter's in July. But I got an idea off of these, you guys. Imagine that. All they do to make these solo cup lights. Sorry, my cushion is stuck. Is basically Christmas lights, and you poke a hole at the top and you stick the little light down in there, right? Well, I like colors, so to me, I wouldn't do all red. I'd do the different colored solo cups they have. I've seen them; they're different colors. That would look really neat. So for a DIY, y'all, any kind of solo cups, and these are the smaller ones, which I haven't even seen this size before. I've seen the big ones, and I've seen the shot glass size. I used to have those. Anyways, okay, well, I'm gonna go in the house for a minute. Um, I gotta get some sides. You know, dogs. And we still have what, a little bit of light left. I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah, we do. I would say it usually gets dark here, what, 9? And it's hot. Um, so I'm gonna go take y'all in for a minute and get my phone on the right charger so it'll actually charge up properly. And then um, we are going to hopefully, after everybody, well, I'm gonna let you guys, like I said, I'm too hot and I'm too overwhelmed to try to eat right now. I usually can't eat when I'm overheated and stuff, so just dry these towels, a towel and a rag outside so we can clean up messes all the time. So that's what you have. It's one thing after another going on. Okay. Landed in a good spot. Alright, now that the wind's done blowing, we can pull the curtain too so that they can dry. Because they'll dry, they're, indoor, outdoor, but they'll dry up for you pretty good. I don't think they're working good in the place that I have it now because the palm tree, I don't think it's the right fit. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think it has enough space over here to worry about it getting enough light. And then also taking your plants indoors and then back outside, like for sun. I kept worrying that that's what was causing this palm tree to be kind of iffy because it was, inside, and then I brought it outside when it was sunny every day. But there was days when it was kept raining and it was inside, but it's kind of cool inside because of the air conditioning. So there's that. I don't know if that's a good thing either. Temperature change. I'll have to pull those out of there in a minute here. See what I mean? You put everything away, and then it stops raining. You got to pull everything back out. It's so annoying. And there's literally a weed growing underneath the house that's almost all the way up through our deck stairs. It's so crazy. Hey, I'm gonna put a pad down and you can take that blue towel and dry your shoes off real quick. I'm gonna mute while going, guys, because the dogs are loud. I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys, we made it back in the neighborhood. Came into a lot of barking. Dogs are all overwhelmed and excited. They get weird when it rains too, even though it's pretty much over. But they're hungry. That's all. Hungry doggos. So I think we're gonna do a salad tonight, guys. We're gonna have cucumbers and lettuce. He's making people food and I'm making dog stuff. Divide and conquer. My husband keeps doing weird shit and forgetting to put things where they normally go. And then I had to ask his son about it. I'm like, what are your shoes on the? You got like a shoe bench when you walk in, so the kids can sit down and put their shoes underneath. It's just easy for them. And I'm asking him why his shoes are on top when we just have been in the garden and washed his shoes, right? I'm like, why is this on top of my bench, on top of a blanket, instead of on the floor, like where they go? And here I'm asking the boy, and he's like, that's where I saw him at. Well, his dad had done it, y'all. And I'm like, look, why don't you quit doing goofy stuff? That way I'm not asking the kids about something that you know about. I don't know. He's silly. Anyway, I'm telling you. What we do every day, I'm telling you, all of us, just to keep going and keep our families going, eh? Trying to keep everybody in check and make sure everybody knows what's up. It's quite the... So I'm going to cut the tips off the cucumbers. And the other thing we've been doing since we started this whole gardening adventure, you guys, is basically I'm keeping all the scraps, and we're keeping yard scraps, and we're making compost. That won't be ready more than likely till obviously next year's harvest. But that's what we're doing because it's supposed to be. It'll save us money in the long run, and just yeah, might as well use your all this food and trims and stuff we throw away, our veggies and all our cut-offs and coffee grounds. All my coffee filters, I empty those. I just use an old Folgers can, put it in the kitchen for scraps and coffee, old coffee grounds, and then basically after I do that, it gets full, and then I give it to Bigfoot, and he puts it out in the big barrel. And so yeah, we're basically creating compost for the future, for future gardening. It takes a while to get it together, like they say. So I would thought it was something that it takes time for all that food and stuff to break down. So there's that. All right, just hold on. Gotta wash our hands really good before we touch lettuce and all this good stuff. Okay, 1 second now, guys. I'm doing as fast as I can. And we're going to get the lettuce. And then we get this spring mix, organic. It has kale, arugula, Swiss chard, spinach, all the real good greens, right? And of course, one of my things I'm growing is mixed salad. It's like all the mix, I probably should have done a spinach too, because they really like that. I might still get one. Maybe I'll leave a little spot in that big garden bed for that, but okay. Yeah. So, and then on top of it, when I was asking him about that, I didn't realize that they were in the other room talking to the mother who calls 3 times a week all summer long. But it's, like I said, the whole custody stuff with kids and families is just nothing but a headache complication. But it is what it is, right? We all go through it or we don't, but the ones that do, it is a lot. That's for sure. She got 2 parents in 2 different places, different rules, different places, different everything. And I never had to go through that as a kid, and I'm glad, but I wouldn't want to. And I feel bad for the ones that do have to go back and forth. It's a lot for them to. It's just a lot of adjusting. Like you got 2 rooms, 2 beds, you got 2 of everything. I mean, that part might be good, but just getting adjusted to different rules and different things, that's the part that's the different part. Especially now that we got one that's becoming a teenager at 13. And a whole lot different teenagers than the age of mine when I was raising my teenagers. The things that were going on are so much different now. It's like, Can't even. It's a little much. That's all I got to say. I find it a lot more overwhelming for parents to have to raise kids in this day and age than back when I was raising my kids and they were younger, because it was a lot easier. There was a lot less things that were, what do you want to say, interfere with your ability to be able to do parenting. You didn't have all the rules and all the, oh, you know how it goes, how people are. And that stuff's just crazy. It really is. I probably didn't get this lettuce out. Oh, I don't know. If you guys want to feed them lettuce, I love it. I don't know if your dogs ever go out inside and you find them grazing in the grass. Well, it's because there's a certain kind of lettuce that grows outside. It's wild, but it's really good for dogs, and they tend to like to eat it and munch on it when they have tummy aches. So, you ever see that? Just let them go, because they know the right pieces. They like kind of know what's right, and like what they can handle or what's safe. They must know that instinctually, because I was wondering how I watched my dog one day and he just kept mingling along, but there was only certain things he was like chewing on, just certain pieces of grass or something. And I finally figured out that's what was going on. That there's a certain one they eat, and when they're looking for it, they're looking for it. Yeah, I found that out a long time ago because I wanted to know why my dog was snooping around the grass so much. All right, so dogs are eating, and then humans will be eating next. It's a cycle. Vegas the fish, he usually ends up being the last fella, and unless he's on the rotation in the morning where I get the animals fed first. They know. Yes, they do. They do. They do. They really, really do. So do you think we should add any water to the tank, or wait until we clean it, because it's getting really low below the filter, like, because I've had to go in there and pull stuff out, and
As long as it doesn't get below the bar.
I know, but it's way, like, it's almost there, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I just wondered if we could just add the spring water, then it wouldn't really matter, would it? It's not. Well, that's what Beachy said. It's not cold.
It doesn't matter. It's room temperature, and it's going to change to that temperature faster anyway.
Cold underneath it. Something. It's like a line filter. How often do we change the filter? Thing? How many do we have? Yeah, see, that's pretty better. Because it seemed like that thing was getting kind of low. I can't see it. I can't. Got dark quick. All right, dogs, come over here. Let me wash some faces. Clean the doggy faces off. Usually they're not too bad. I mean, but when I give them like pumpkin or they've got sweet potatoes, oh, it's empty. They get so dirty. Come here, little girl. Come here. You need a little chinny chin chin. Oh my lord. Look at all this lettuce you guys left. You done? You just ate the cucumber out, you don't want all your lettuce? Oh wow, you guys, come on now. A lot of lettuce going to waste. It smells like I'm still going. So we gotta go potty now. So I guess they don't like all of the pieces that they're in here. Grandma, you can eat this. Here, eat it. Here, eat your stuff. There you go. You guys can't have rice and veggies every day. We got to give you a little variety here. How about I'll get you guys some? I'll make you guys some sweet peas. I like sweet peas a lot. I was gonna try to save those with the chicken dinner tomorrow, but we can figure it out. Okay, those are one thing I didn't grow either. Like I said, we got to see what we can handle and what we can figure out. Get it all figured out. Maybe next year we'll have a more specific. All right. 5 minutes. He's like, nope, I'm not waiting. You gotta go potty? Yeah. It smells like I'm still gonna eat my mom. There's a lot of lettuce. I just let them eat what they want for that. And that's that. But yes, I did. I forgot to put the peas in there. I was gonna put the peas in with it. Totally forgot. That would have really made them happy because I love those. Sweet peas for sweet peas. Okie dokie. Telling you guys. It's interesting. Staying busy is good, but sometimes you just feel like, oh, crap, can I go another minute? Over. Can we do this another minute? Yeah, I put vegetables. We need peas for dogs, and we need veggies for kiddos. Yeah, they're hoping that I'll give them a. Now, whenever we make pork chops, I will give them the little edge pieces that have like a little bit of fat on them because little fat don't hurt them at all. Not a lot of it, obviously, but some. It's okay. So they're already over here like, oh, you're cutting that up for us. No, this is for the kids. Sorry, guys. I will give you a little snippet of whatever's some whatever they might not want to eat after this. Let's give you guys one of these. Sit, sit. There you go. We'll save one for Milo. Sometimes we play the catch it in your mouth game. You know, you toss it and see if they'll catch it midair. These guys are pretty good at it. Although one day, one of them, it was so funny. It hit them in the nose. I want to say it was Emma. Hit her nose, popped off of her nose, and then the other dog like caught it midair. I was just like, that did not just happen. It was the strangest thing ever, but it was entertaining to say the least. All right, well, I think we just got to get a plate. Okay. So when your guys' peas come out, okay, then we will serve those up and then put other veggies in. Kiddos. So I don't eat a lot of meat anymore. Occasionally, ate a couple bites last night of the better cheddars, cut up in the potatoes and corn. That was good, but I don't like to typically. I've been trying to stay away from it because I've been dieting and trying to not eat things that are hard for my stomach to digest. Rather be a little hungry than in pain, more than I already am. So that's why I've been choosing to do less of it. Ow! Don't bite my hand because you're fucking getting excited. You wait. Yeah, he is. He's being aggressive. Well, no, the problem is the two dogs in front of you trying to get a piece, even though only one was called. The other dog's always going to be anxious because the other dog's close and they think they're going to get it robbed. That's what these guys are on. Don't bite my freaking hand off, dude. Jeez. Trying to be nice. I scoop. I do the scoop so they don't do the fingers, but he still got a little bit of my finger because he was not focused on the scoop. He was too busy worried about if somebody was going to come near him. All right. Milo, don't steal on the little one. All right, now go. I want all of you out of the kitchen now. I'm done. That's all you're getting. Go out until your peas are done. Go away. Ugh. I have to say the heat really messed with me because I have the worst headache ever, and I did not have one earlier until after being probably just going in and out between the two temperatures all day long. Oh, sorry for the banging, guys. All the noise, the noise. See, now that's a good charger there. Because we're moving up instead of going nowhere. Um, something with there we go. Ouch. Now these foods are hot, guys, so you're probably not going to be able to dig right into them. And I think somebody over there still has some lettuce left. I threw away some of it because they were not eating it, but also I just realized that when you brought all this meat in here, they all stopped eating too. So that might have been part of it because they smelled the meat that you brought in. You know how they are. Like, oh, that smells good. Forget the lettuce. All right, I'm going to lay the peas out on a plate to cool off a little bit so they don't burn their mouths, even though I don't think they care. They're obviously not like human beings in that manner because I've seen them gulp stuff down that's so hot, and I'm thinking, oh, MG. She did. Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to get mine done in earlier a little bit more because she usually does go in the evening and it's already 8 o'clock. But usually she's been going more like 10 her time, it'd be like 12 here or whatever, or usually like 9 to 10 o'clock. So I thought we had a little bit more time, but it's all good. Yeah. Trust me, I know what it's like because I used to have like I think it was 2 or 3 channels that I was modding for, right? And but sometimes they go live at the same time. And I just go back and forth between just to make sure. I could do it though. I mean, I was able to keep up. I just, that way it was fair and I was still doing both. But I don't have a lot of people in here and a lot going on like other people's chats do. So I'm pretty easy for now. All right. Anyway, be right back. BRB. Sorry, y'all. I didn't realize I was still muted. Wow. That's what you call. The reason why I wanted this all to go earlier was because earlier in the day it was quiet, the dogs were chill, kids were chill, everybody was chill, and you don't get distracted as much, if you know what I mean. But yeah. So we've got is the seasoning sold outside?
Yeah.
It's probably gone though, isn't it? I have a new one somewhere. I'm not sure where my new one went. Seem to have lost my seasoning salt. Not sure where it went. That's the thing with going inside and then going back outside and switching where you're cooking food, right? Cook it out there and then we do a side in here and then the person loses track of all of that. Okay. So dogs, exit. You guys are done. Time for everybody else. Wow.
So we're trying to bring it back.
Well, you didn't get very far. That's why you get stuck with everything at the front door. Because if you set it there, it just becomes a ornament.
We're gonna
I know.
not forget it.
Okay.
Maybe, but
Oh, you had. Oh, the old one's gone. Okay, I see what we got going on here. This is the newbie. I kind of figured it was time for a new one anyway.
I mean, I put a little bit in that one that it was gone. Used to it.
Okie dokie. Okay. Well, there's that. I'm hoping here soon we're gonna have the nighttime stuff come on, and obviously, I'm going to have to do a live tomorrow. So unless I can get it out there before it gets completely dark, I might still have time to go out, and it's not going to take long to put those slips down in the dirt. I'm going to grab me my other gloves are from the big dig earlier are drying and cleaned, so I'm going to get some of the black gloves out and use those. Because all I'm going to be doing at this point is not mixing a bunch of big soil, but just planting something down in a little ways into the dirt, and so I think we'll be good. That. And you guys had your peas, and the dogs are happy. So we're just down to, um, yeah, I gotta feed the fish at some point, but he does pretty good because he's got stuff in his tank that he can munch on, and so that's good for him. So anyway, gonna mute and go back out to the outdoors, and we're gonna see what we got going on out there. Be right back. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. Everybody munching at the table. And yeah, I just can't believe how late it stays light out these days. It's like 9 o'clock or something before it starts. It's so crazy. So, the good thing is, that's it. About whenever you got a friend or a fellow creator that goes live, when you do, we used to always just figure out how to deal, you know. Um, I I'm trying to get it to where it's a little darker, and then I can show you guys the night fountain shows, which is like I think daytime's fun, but nighttime's better because you get to see all the colored lights instead of just everything in the daylight, right? It was still on the intro music. Yeah, I gotta figure out Mary Jane Doe how to get my Sierra, Tina's friend, had made me a little song thing up for my intro, and I've got to right now. I gotta mess with my storage in my phone because I can't get it ported over like I normally would just be able to save attachment, but there's like no room. And I've got everything backed up, but I just wanted to make sure before I like delete stuff off. And since there's a whole bunch of folders and stuff I need to delete off of my phone, and they're all saved in Google Photos and Amazon Photos because I did both. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with that. I haven't been able to put it into my for my intro yet. And I also wanted to do one myself. I just got to figure out exactly how to do it with the AI thing because me and the girls were messing around one night and did this whole like joke about something, and then we set it to the AI thing, and then my friend was on this app. It was so funny, and it started like singing this whole song based on what we talked about. It was so funny. Yeah. So yeah, righty here. Oh, shut this window because warm air coming in.
Looks pretty good.
I just got to put more coat on this, and then Polly, the other
How many freaking coats do you do?
two, two to get it in there. And then that way it matches all the other pieces in the bedroom. Yeah, it's literally the last piece of crown that to go in a room in the house. All the rest have been all done, and we're down to the last piece, so I'm pretty excited about that too. Um,
My room, guys.
yeah. I've got to make sure Dad moves that fire pit though, because I the one
Wait,
night,
are we actually doing a fire?
no, I don't know. It looks like he's just getting ready to burn some stuff, but he might if it doesn't rain again. I want him to move it to behind the tree back here though, because it's too close. And the embers last time were like flying through the air, really close behind the pool. And I'm like, you have to realize
There's
that's
also
wood.
like a dead spot behind the thing where the fire pit was.
Right. Yeah, there was, and that's where the pool was.
Why not? That's where the pool was?
So where the fire pit is right now, we originally had that pallet in the pool and everything set there. When it was just the bottom.
I mean,
and then we took the branch down, and then I moved it over.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, but Dad was putting it up here the past year, and it literally burnt like the whole grass out. So I pulled that pallet up over it. Mm-hmm. So he's got another spot back there though too. There's multiple spots of burnt grass. I'm like, dude, you need to like douse the water. Put like what I would do is put cement pavers down because at least it protects the grass. I mean, it kills the grass anyway, but at least it's not scorched grass and it's at least protecting the ground a little bit. So a lot of people do that, put like pavers underneath. So that works. Trying to get a charge on here. Get a little one. Coming a long way. So I turn my camera off for a little bit because your phone will charge faster with the camera off. It's kind of a given. So Um,
You're
how you
feeling
doing? Bigfoot's walking around eating, going in and out the door. I got you. I forgot about that part. Since I dumped the veggies right on top of it. Oh, and I could have been so much cooler earlier. All I gotta say is if it's warm, we'll get you some bomb pops. Who don't love a good old bomb pop, right? Back in the day, they're nothing like they used to be, though. They used to be much bigger. Now, they have huge ones in gas stations sometimes. They're like massive, like 3 in 1, right? But they last a long time. I can't eat them ones anymore, but I used to love them back in the day. Because, I mean, you eat a whole one of them, you're cooled off, trust me. Welcome, everybody out there watching. We will be, we will be going back out here in a few minutes to check out the lights at night. And I'm going to see if I still have time to put some slips in some grow bags. But if not, then I will do another live tomorrow. I'll pop it in real quick. And the watermelon plants. BRB. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Trying to get everybody situated at the table and done eating and all that. Anyway, okay, catch your breath, right? It's catch your breath time. It's raining and the dogs all want to go outside, and we just got the drone out and we're gonna do that. And yeah, now it's raining, so again, I like to say that that's just kind of the luck that seems to it's happened. What is it? Oh, I must have wrote a note one time about something I'm thinking about. Oh yeah, I was trying to come up with a really neat thing if I ever wanted to talk about anything in particular, and I was thinking of doing a live sometime called Riddles, Rhymes, and Crimes. Also, I was thinking of that as like a podcast name, possibly at some point if I ever did one of those, because I have a couple friends that have talked about wanting to maybe do something like that at some point, which I think would be quite interesting. Okay, now the drone has been placed in my small little path. I'm trying to get to my desk over here because I got everything sitting everywhere, y'all. So yeah, my fish tank is a half moon, and it is literally right now temporarily, but best place for it was on my desk. Takes a little bit of my space for doing stuff at my desk, but I'm willing to share with Vegas the fish. Because my desk has plugins and USB ports on it. And with the fish tank, you have the filter plug-in, and then because it has a light, it also has a light plug-in. So I needed 2 outlets, and my desk has 3 outlets and a USB port. So that's why it ended up having to be put there, because it's just the way the living room's set up. None of the other things would work. And my other dresser thing that's for office supplies and stuff has my big ass photo printer on it, and so that's not something that I can put anywhere else. I already kind of like tried to figure it out. So yeah. So okay. Well, I got a bit of a charge. We're gonna go back outside. For a sec here. And see what we got going on here. Oh, nice. Why are you out in your slippers? We've got kids in slippers. All right, well, just dry your things off real quick, hon. I didn't know kids were going in and out the door and it's raining. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm telling you what, I thought everybody was inside but Bigfoot, and then I look and my daughter was running outside and forgot she had her slippers on. I'm like, whoa! Because this rain just decided to start sprinting back up again, so there's that. Okay, dokie. I'm trying to help this door. It's not working. We're supposed to have tents. No, it's not hot enough. It's not hot enough. Yeah, we're gonna tent our front door, the storm door, because of the amount of heat that comes in. I don't know if y'all ever do that, but every window in this house has been tinted because it helps to keep the heat out. Especially since in the storm we had 5 years ago, we lost an amazing tree on both sides of our property, and both of them were so full and so big, they literally like shaded both sides of our house. Our bills used to be so reasonable because of those trees. We lost all of our canopy. Matter of fact, the city of Cedar Rapids, at the ratio into, I can't breathe. It's been running. It would have been 4 years ago. Yeah, because it was 2021 or 2020. Yeah, August 2020. And it was so bad, it basically took out, I think it was 50 or 65% of our canopy in the city. That's how many trees got killed or died, literally just airborne. So there's that. And so we lost because of 120-mile-an-hour winds. The winds were being blown so much that the ash burn disease that some trees get literally went airborne and spread across around the community here. And some of the trees survived and didn't get it, but some of them did. And they're dead. I mean, it died, and it wasn't because of the storm, even though I thought it originally was. It was trying to. We were going to prune the top from the storm, and then it was literally starting to grow foliage back in the trunk of the tree. But then that ashburn disease like kicked in the rest of the way and just killed it. It was just done. I mean, it just started falling apart. Never got another leaf. Bark all ripping off of it. Now it's got a split down the middle. So I'm like, it's pretty big too. I don't want that thing to come down on our house. So I keep telling my husband, we got to take that thing down or something. Like we just do because it's scary. Um, I'm trying to think here. I probably should just bring my good charger out because that would work better. Um, Outside. All right. I'm in the other room real quick. Be right back. Pick up the phone. Just trying to give it a few more minutes on the charger. Because it'll definitely work better there than outside. Guys, put you around real quick. Put outside. I think the fam ran out the door, and I thought they were all in the other room watching a movie, and I'm like, where'd they go? Hey, Becca. Well, I definitely need. Sometimes I wish I had me a little co-host person to help me out. It would be so nice because, like, when you have moments where you gotta like dash around, my house is so crazy all the time. The only time it's quiet and I can do anything is all night long in the middle of the night when everybody else is sleeping. That's why I always end up doing all my watching and my hanging out then, because it's the only time it's really quiet. And all my chores are over for the day, you know. Yeah, we gotta. Even though it's summertime, we still kind of have a general bedtime that's between 10 and 10:30. Usually no later than 10:30 because, I always say people need to, get their rest, and Dad has to get rest so he can get up and have energy to work, and and it's just best to get everybody kind of on a routine. Of course, if we go camping or go out somewhere and do something special, then it's not the same necessarily, but we try to keep somewhat on a routine around here. I'm the only one that can't sleep well and have all the issues, so I'm the one up a lot. Um, and funny enough, I'm the one always running crazy the most too. But hey, some of us are just go getters. So we're gonna go back outside, y'all. I thought everybody was inside. All right. So I was right. Everybody was outside. Even though I told them after dinner not to come back outside because it started to rain again. And Dad's outside, and communications get missed easily when one person's inside, one's outside, and they're trying to talk to two different sets of people, right? There you go. I'm really, really hoping this rain stuff was going to stop long enough for me to go put some slips in some soil back there, but I do not understand the deal here. This is like really getting exhausting. Go put the slips down here. Down near my little hiding spot right here where when it rains I put stuff down in here just to kind of give it a little shelter until the rain lifts, right? So I got my planters hidden under there. They're usually up here on the deck. So I don't like it when it rains. It's depressing because it rains and then you have to move everything. Everything gets wet. Now, if it rains a little bit and there's no wind, I'm good. The wind is the thing I don't like because it literally blows everything everywhere, right? And I'm sure the plants are feeling the same way, like, oh, MG. Okay. So, yeah, we got the old silver cup lights are starting to shine a bit. Let me go out here and see what's going on with the fountains. Because, see, we just got kind of robbed of rain there towards the end. Oh, honey, I think this one needs more water. The light's on, but the water's not coming out. Here, come here. What's going on with this thing? That's really odd. Yeah, it's doing a water show, but it's not doing the spray. I don't know. Y'all look. Me fountain is being weird. Oh, maybe it only has enough energy for the lights. No, because I changed it with that one over there. So that makes no sense. Huh. Well, hopefully it'll start working. But yeah, literally we got some cloud there towards the end of the day, so it may not have enough energy for the water show and the light show, but this one's working. So this one in the antique barrel. So this one's doing pretty good. But so they're supposed to like absorb the power all day long. But if you get kind of a cloudy day, sometimes you'll get where, yeah, they don't get enough like stored up, so they may not be able to run both things. But the one in the pool, when it comes on, it literally collects all day. It shuts off at a certain time and then has like 4 hours off. And then it saves that up for the next 4 hours that it'll do a light show. So yeah, it's still kind of raining. What I call sprinkly stuff. Nothing like monsoonish, right? Are your winds high? No, earlier we had a little blow through a couple hours ago, eh? Was it? Yeah. And it was a bit crazy for a minute. We were like, oh, MG, but we didn't even have to hold on to the thing this time, so it wasn't as bad as like the 2 days before when we had some really bad ones. But yeah. And the hostas are so big over here, they're literally like, it kind of comes onto the patio a bit. So we've got a little peekaboo hosta over there. Huh. Yeah. Oh, I do not like this thing. Whatever you put, you know what I'm going to create? I'm going to create the ultimate phone case. And I love, yeah, it is, Mary Jane. I know, I love it. Yeah, I don't know how much of our solar stuff's going to pop on. I want to say we had sun until when? What time did it really start to? It was like 4, 5, 6 o'clock maybe. It was about 6 o'clock, wasn't it, when it started getting kind of crazy? And yeah, I would say it's about that time is when it started. Come on, phone, cooperate. I'm trying to make a lift for it, and it is not lifting. Okay. Yeah, I should have just brought my phone stand out here, but it's not much better because literally, like, it has a fan behind it. So the only time that's good is if you're not hammed up, right? There, at least I don't got just the full table this time, right, y'all? Trying here. Turn this around. I'm like right on the cusp of this. We better take we gotta unplug this because it's raining down on plugins here. All right, you're gonna unplug that. I can't reach. My arm's not long enough for any of it. Oh, going to. Wish I had another like pink stand table in here, like the green one in our bedroom. When we get to our bedroom, all that window switched out and stuff, then we'll be able to put other nightstand in there. And then I'll be able to take that table. It's actually a patio table and bring it out. Use it. Okay, where's my triangle? There it is. Yeah, it makes me nervous having things plugged in like this when it's getting wet. It definitely doesn't work for my phone anyway, so no sense in even trying. I mean, it literally was on. It went up 2% the whole time I had it plugged into this thing. They definitely changed the phone battery. I mean, they used to just charge, you know. Now it's like, oh, it's too strong of a battery. It can't charge on that. It's really disappointing, though. I thought, oh, we'll have a little time and it'll rain a little bit, and then we'll have a little time and we'll be able to just come in and go back out there and make it work. Throw some slips in real quick. Can't even look. The shit can't even get watered in, y'all, because it's watering it before it gets in there. And I kind of need it to be light and fluffy, so I hope that doesn't like put my time off of being able to get those things planted, because that maybe I should just do it while it's raining. At least it's not hot. MG. Wow. Okie dokie. I don't know. I just know I was reading up on, planting everything in there, and specifically it's, more or less when you're planting a potato, they tell you to make sure that the soil's all nice and loose around it so that it can grow. Becca, Beachy had tried to start a call earlier, and I went over to the group and said, why is that on my screen? Why is there a screen on my screen? There, let me get rid of that. And I said live, and I thought she'd come over, but she may not have known what I meant. Yeah, no. Wow. And the funniest thing about it is it literally started to rain the first time, right at the time that the last 3 days in a row that I had to change my lives was at the same time. And that's when it was raining and giving us trouble and we couldn't. So, yeah, at least we got through most of this one without that. But, and we got all that, most of the hard work done back there. There's still a few things to do, and a bunch of dirt to dig up and put in that big garden bed that I showed you guys. But, for the most part, the worst of it's done. Like I said in the past, we haven't spent a lot of time doing anything with the yard, fountains, garden, done any of it. Decided to give it a chance and try to make us even just, even if we hadn't gone with the gardening part of it, just having a nice little area to just chill and like come out and relax and listen to something peaceful, like a fountain, is nice. My dogs bark about everything all the time throughout the day, especially with, there's a lot of folks going in and out. We're all doing stuff all the time and they get so excited. It's just nice to be able to step outside. Although the little guy will scratch the door to death if the door is shut all the way. So I have to leave the main door open and just have the screen door. Which maybe now we can actually put some tin on. I was telling them that it was 2 years ago when we had a full glass door, because we have one of those doors that has a really big oval, like stained glass window in it. And I thought the long storm door would be nice, until I realized all it is cheap glass and there's no frame barely to it. So it's not real sturdy, and it also is not very warm. I mean, I don't even consider it a storm door because, it lets out everything in. So we had like tinted that whole glass piece and had no trouble with that. And then we tried to do the top part of the storm door yesterday, and it looked like it was on good. And my husband walked away and said he came back later and it was peeling. So he was very frustrated because it wasn't going on like the whole rest of the house did. Given it was a different kind of tint, we're going to give it one more shot. And then if it doesn't work, we're going to send it back to Amazon and say, this is not it. That's exactly what I'm going to say. So, I don't know. Oh yeah, the lights came on, Mary Jane Doe. Where's my screen? My lord. Let me show you. They kind of start way out here at the front of the house. And I got them like draped around all the hostas since that's our main thing here. Yeah, it really gets me about this. Anyway, so yeah, they start here. I got 'em a solar panel over there, and then I just brought them all the way around. I've got them on like where they intermittently change, but you can like there's a remote to these. You can do all sorts of stuff with them, light shows and stuff. I haven't gotten that far with messing with these yet necessarily, but I love the old. Like I said, I love this old antique tub. I like it because you want something that is big enough when the water comes up and goes down, it stays in it so that it just recirculates. Um, like I said, we're gonna take this bad boy and we're gonna put. I'm gonna paint it that aqua, and then we're gonna leave the front where the original tags and company labels are on up here, and then I'll paint the rest of it aqua, and we'll leave the front antique-ish looking. It'll look really nice. Are these some more of those sticky plants? I hope not. Are these those sticky plants growing out of these rocks up here, honey? Oh, wow. They're all over in it. We're going to have to get all these out. I am so tired of those things. Huh? Yeah. I pulled 4 or 5 earlier. I'm kind of bummed about the other fountain. It's so weird how I poured the water into that, and it like literally started acting weird. Like it like stopped going when I poured it into the bucket. I didn't really pour it on that much. And I didn't know if it was because it was trying to run out and some of it went down on top of it.
Oh.
No, it was weird. So then I swapped it out with the fountain that's over there in the bird bath. That's what I did. I just saw that too. Yeah. Oh shit. It scared me. Scared myself. Dropping stuff. My goodness. Okay. Becca, were you in here earlier, hun, when I was showing the grow bags that we got them all filled and set up and ready. And then yeah, decides to start raining. There goes one balloon. It's funny, all the solar stuff will come on a little at a time. Like it'll be a couple lights, and then it'll be the pathway lights that we just recently added, and then it'll be the balloons will come on. And it's funny because it all goes in its own time frame. They all know dark at a different time. Yeah, we just recently added pathway lights because we wanted to make sure people aren't tripping and running into things. And since we have different things set up out here, like for instance, that one's on. So like right here, so that they know there's the tent there. That's the edge of the driveway. I don't want to step in no dog doo-doo. There's one in the middle there. So if you're getting out of the vehicle, come around. That way you don't, whatever. I gotta make sure I don't walk in poo-poo, y'all. Okay, and look at this sucker. So it just came on night mode. Look how tall that is. Can y'all see? Let me get really close. The thing's about 4 foot tall. And this fountain was set up to be, it can be in a regular sized pool. So this is obviously a lot smaller pool than what it can handle, like what they show it in. But hey, it's just right size for it to all stay in. And of course, when I touch stuff, it dances around. But I really like this one. Let me try to move it over just a little bit. If I can do it slowly, it won't go too crazy on me. I usually end up getting soaked when I come out here, you guys. I'm just saying. But yeah, this is my fave. We're just waiting for the flamingo to come on. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to take these hanging plants and do what Lunch Lady said and put them back where I had them. They were partial sun, partial shade. And I think that's what these need because I think they're just getting too sun-baked up here, which is a bummer. So my original plan was to do 2 hanging plants that are fake because they can handle the weather and the sun better. I just didn't want to do too much of that since everything pretty much is the real McCoy on here. But we can work with it. Here goes Flamingo. And this one will flicker like you're putting air in a hot air balloon. So I just absolutely love these. They're so cute. And they have the little baskets under them to make, give the realistic look. Yeah. So that sucker's it goes 4 foot tall with full power. So it absorbed all that solar all day, and I just love it. I mean, it works really good, and I don't have to monkey around. Oh yeah, we got one over there too, I guess. So we have a solar light over there too. So they're pinned on the ends of the driveway so that way um, they can be seen. But let me walk back up here. You saw that too. I'm just waiting for Becca's response. She's probably doing something at this moment. I'm trying to keep these bugs away from me. They're coming to get me, you guys. We're going to walk through here. This is our newest addition. It's a tabletop light that I put it on the other table during the day, and it collects solar power, and it does the color changing thing too. It's like stained glass. And then the bug zapper has light on top of it. So there's that. Then the red solo cup light. And then out here we have the pathway lights. We've got one there so that nobody runs into the fountain. And then we've got these along here. And then I got 3 up front in front of the hostas. Oh, and I just stepped right on the old pine tree stump. There you go. Wild angel about to go down, y'all. And then we got this. This one's okay. I was a good deal on Amazon, but I'm not real thrilled with it. It's not very light because it's kind of the glass is like a purple. So it lights up, but it's not real super bright. And like I said, I'm trying to figure out why this fountain has plenty of water. It's not spraying. It should be. I'm not sure. Like I said, it could have just may not have enough power for it for the fountain part, but it's got the lights going. So not quite sure what happened. But earlier I had that one in the antique bucket, and I was adding water to that, and it stopped the fountain for a minute. And then I tried to put it back in, and it wouldn't. So I cleaned the filter out because they have filters underneath of that, and checked the other one, and then I swapped them out because it didn't want to do anything. But also it started getting cloudy about that time. So there's that. I mean, like I said, the ones that run by electricity, you can control them more. These ones are a little smaller. They only go about a foot on full power. So that's why I got that. That antique work gets pretty full so that it can be up there a ways. Okay. Sneak back in here. And yeah, so we're just sitting here chilling under the canopy and trying to not get any wetter than we already have. I mean, first you're drenched in sweat because you're in the heat of the sun digging dirt and planting, and then the next thing you know I guess this is the cool down period, right? Run around and get a shower for free. Oh, goodness gracious, guys. All right, come on, lights. So yeah, we've got lights pretty much everywhere. Yeah. I remember the days before solar, you had to have everything plugged into everything. I gotta admit, the solar panel thing has been quite the sensation, eh? Especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's just nice that I have to plug everything in. Can you imagine having to plug in all this stuff? You'd have wires, cords, and oh my goodness, all sorts of stuff. Half the table's dry and half the table's wet. But yeah, look at that. So that's the tree that I'm talking about. And if you can visualize that tree being really big, healthy, and full of leaves, it literally was a great shade tree. Just amazing. And there's been quite a few limbs we've had to cut off over time because they were endangering different things. But we've got to get this sucker cut down because it's starting to split. And if we get a bad storm, it's more than likely going to end up on our house. And we already had one fall on it 4 years ago, and on the other side of the house where the neighbor's tree, instead of just falling like down or falling straight back, it split in half, and half of it went one way and the other half fell on our house, on our roof. So that was a big mess, and it damaged the roof pretty good. That was a really bad storm. Like, we had over $12,000 in damage that had to be repaired. And yeah, I don't know. Storms suck. That's all I gotta say. I mean, I've seen people, where you get a tornado. We've been lucky to not have any of those, and you come back out and everything's wiped, leveled out. So, we're thankful that we didn't lose our whole house that time, but it's definitely sucks when you've done a lot of work on it and then it just is like, well, Mother Nature comes along and says, well, not today. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I don't know why it takes so long when you're warm to cool down. It shouldn't, but it sure does. Yeah. And so I guess it's a good thing we didn't take that wall down. We were going to take that one off today, but we didn't. And then we were laughing yesterday because there's this, obviously that was the one side wall that was like on top of the rest of them, and something sharp poked it. And there was this little bitty hole, and it's raining. It was raining pretty hard yesterday, and it was raining right through that little hole, and like it stuck it in the back of the chair wet. I was like, oh boy. Oh man. But yeah, what we still want to do over on the water feature is put these newer type rope lights that they're called flow lights, and wrap them around basically the pallet, going down over where the vines are, that I got fed underneath the handles to the pots. I figured we'd just run them along the edges and outline that. And that would really help light it up. I don't want to take away from like the light show that it does on its own, but yeah. Dog's barking again. The trash is pretty empty, isn't it? Because if it's not, Gizmo could be getting into it. I was just thinking about that. Whenever the older dogs bark, it's almost like, that age when kids start getting into stuff, and then the one just a little older will tattle. The dogs do the same thing. Oh, goodness. Oh, they're rocking over there a little bit. You want to go check, please?
Oh.
Bigfoot's over here thinking he's taking a nap because his pork chop made him tired. Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, God, the worst headache. Yeah, I wonder if we have any migraine medicine. Jeez. Probably not.
Yeah.
We do, because I need some, like, for real. And probably, too, because I haven't had my coffee. Last time I had my coffee with my coconut oil. That's my new thing that I drink. It's been really helping me get healthier. It's been a minute since I had it, so my body's probably saying, yeah. But I just can't do coffee when I'm too warm, y'all. I don't know about you. But if it cools down at night, I can do some coffee. And then I'll do my coconut creamer. A dash of that. And then pour the coffee in. And when it's nice and hot, you put a teaspoon of coconut oil in. Stir that up. And because that's the easiest way to really ingest it. And that's really good for multiple things. I did a lot of research on it. But it's definitely like a natural hormone balancer. Also helps with energy, and can be good for like when you're process of losing weight as well. And it's really helped me a lot. It's given me a lot of energy, and I've been, it takes time, but I'm feeling better as days go by. All right. I told him to go inside, and 2 seconds later, little Bigfoot came out and said, Dad. And I said, see, I told you. I just know. Yeah, they were wanting to do their drone. We got it for them for Christmas, and it was too cold then to take it out. So we got it out earlier, and we were gonna use it, and then we went from the backyard digging dirt mess to getting ready for the live to then it starting to rain as we were trying to make dinner on top of it. And so they're kind of bummed because it's not the right weather now for the drone to be flown. So, but yeah, they're really excited about it. So we'll make sure, I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow so they can come out and use it. But I told Dad, I said, well, just go ahead and download. You got to download an app and all that fun stuff so you can like see the camera that it's what it's seeing on your phone on the app. It's not one of them big fancy ones that you hold the big controller thing to. My husband saw one of those advertised and he's like, I want one of those. I'm like, I know, but you can get one of those someday. For now, we'll start out with the simple, smaller, simple one. See how it does. So yeah. So the pineapple plant right there is literally considered an indoor plant, which I didn't know when I purchased it. But you can bring them out in the sun and give them sun because I can't get that much sunlight in the house with the tinted windows and stuff. So I usually bring this one out, give it sun every day, and then I take it in at night. I mean, now that I have this set up, I could probably leave it out here, but I just worry. I also hate to think of taking it. If you think about it, a plant being out in the heat and then taking it into the air conditioning, that's got to be almost a shock, I would think. But I don't know for sure. But yeah, no, I need to get some lighting in the back. I just want to get the garden, like everything placed where it's going to go. We've kind of started. We've got things kind of set up where they're going to go, but I want to be able to finish like setting it all up. And then when we've got it all set up, we'll get some lights back there. And I'll probably put at least one bird bath back there because pretty much all of our like stuff for the yard is in the front. We've got the front yard, the front of the house somewhat done up. We still have a lot of work to do up there, but like I said, nobody's done any outdoor work here for years and years and years. Before I married my husband, he was single for a while and he just didn't care about any of this stuff. And so we still have some like leveling to do in the front. I wanted to take a set of hostas out in the middle up there and put these beautiful flowers in a big planter up there. And I still want to, but my hubby has to make a decision on that hosta. We've got at least, I don't know, 7 or 8 of them wrapped around the house, around the front to the side here. And then there's a whole nother set of them down here on the other side of this deck right here. And so what we did for the deck is we ran those lights, and they're like over 100 feet of solar lights, and they go through all the hostas up around here, and then they come down and they go around up under the deck, all the way under the deck there. And then we got them going up and then wrapped there. And then we weaved them here on this kitchen side. We weaved them so that I can still have my planters up on the deck rail. And then we rolled them and weaved them down here because people might need to use the arm rail. So that was, my husband was trying to do it all that way. And I said, no, we can't do it that way. You can do it that way where people aren't going to need to hold on. But yeah, other than that, no. And so, yeah, so there's the automatic light that comes on over here right now. I've got the tarp is covering the fridge, so the light sensor light's not noticing when we're close, but that's how we do that. And I keep cleaning this thing, y'all. My husband's outdoor barbecue tools. This man, I've cleaned and cleaned them, will not clean them after he cooks. And it bugs me because then if you clean them and you put them back, then they're clean for the next time you grill, right? If you don't, then yeah, no can do, right? Bigfoot's big chair out here. It's getting all wet. At least it has one of those seats that's vinyl. That really helps. Vinyl seat. I thought he'd be drinking this. Ow! I just put my hand in something sharp. Like it must have been a nail or that was that little screw that I found earlier. I literally just went to touch the table and I did not know that was there. This is just getting wet. Tip it up. Do that sometimes. I just tip the chair up. That way the water goes down instead of on where you sit. It'll dry off a lot faster. Guilty. This really bites you guys. I can't have anything set up where I want it because it's the rain. It's really annoying. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Go in the house because it's really raining. You gonna stop now finally? Nope. Of course, my little phone cover that covers your cameras to protect them likes to slide over the phone camera sometimes, and it's like, oh my gosh. All right, come back out here one more time. Watch this for a second. Let's watch the light show for a minute. As warm as it was today, I could have literally sat in this pool, y'all. It was so warm. That looks really wicked with that crazy tree behind it, don't it, you guys? Like, look. When we first put this up, we had it set up and it was further back there by the tree and there was a big branch hanging over it. And I said to my husband, nope, you got to cut that down because if that falls off, it's going to ruin everything. So that's when I was like, let's just move this forward a ways. So we did. This thing looks kind of silly. It almost looks like it's more to one side than the other. I don't know why. It is. I just feel. Sometimes I got to move it a little bit. It gets to float and create. Oh, there it goes. It'll dance around when you if you bump it and it gets to moving. Okay. Stop. There's one time it was like floating to one side too much and it was getting one of the flowers that I had up here originally. It was soaking them. So I had to literally reposition that thing. Well, I think what we're going to do here, guys, is I'm going to close out and we stayed on long enough to get the night lights and see the fountains at night. And then tomorrow I'm going to get back there and get to my stuff planted. We got all the, like I said, sweet potato slips ready to go. We got some watermelon plants that need to get planted ASAP. So we're going to get those done and started. And I was hoping we could get those in today, but like I said, I was thinking, I did not know it was going to rain. So when we took a break for just a little bit to cool down, yeah, we had no idea that it was going to start being silly. And then we weren't going to get back there, but we got the bags ready. So it won't take but a very short time to plant some of those and some other things. And so I'll go ahead and post it, but it'll be a much shorter live. Today I was just kind of hanging out so everybody could see the daytime and the nighttime difference effects, yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it's amazing what you can do with some pallets, a kiddie pool, and a solar fountain. And the rest just kind of goes, whatever you want to do with it, however you want to keep doing your water feature. But I kept finding little different things, and the idea just kept building from, just the plant pallet on the ground with the pool on it. And then I had stuff around it. And then I was like, wait a minute, we need a back on it. So I have a way to hang because I found these little potters, these planters that are different colored buckets, and they have a hanger on them. Now they show them on a fence, but I mean this is real close to a fence. And then a couple of them where you don't have to have the hanger part on it, so the two down here don't. But that was when I was like, oh, those will hang over a pallet. And then my husband found a really nice one, and we put triple clear coat poly on it because obviously there's a lot of water going on here. We did that to the back, the whole back pallet. The one that it's on, we painted, but we never got any poly on it. So if it survives the summer, one of these times when we switch out the water in the pool, we might just go ahead and let it dry out and go ahead and put some poly on it, because that would just help keep it better for longer. Might be able to get a couple summers out of the pallet, especially since we like did the extra work of putting we enclosed the pallet with wood. So that's what's like coming along the sides, and then like right here, which you can't see anything out here, it's so dark. But yeah, so we enclosed the sides of it and around the front. So just give it a finished look. Yeah. So this sucker, like I said, it goes 4 feet. So it's like almost as high as the backboard there. Okie dokie, what are you doing here? Okay. If I mess with it too much, it starts dancing all over, and then it's really a situation. Okay, let's carefully walk back over here. Okay. Yeah, here it goes again. It just wants to rain, y'all. It just literally wants to rain. I'm so annoyed about it. But anyway, all right. Well, I appreciate everybody hanging out, and if those out there in the bushes, as we say, that aren't in the chat, appreciate you coming and checking out my channel. And as I were doing a little gardening today, and then with a little fountain tour, and wanted to show daytime and nighttime. So yeah. And for those of you who missed the live earlier when we were out back showing our next set of stuff to plant, join us tomorrow. Or as I used to say, the rewatch team is always great because I'm a rewatcher. I a lot of times miss things, but I really want to see them. So I make sure I see them anyway, right? Even if it's after the fact. But I appreciate everybody, and I want you all to take care. And hopefully, when we do some more planning, if there's any questions or any comments, you can leave them after the live. And I try to check those quite often afterwards when I do shorts and lives, so I can respond to others and make sure that I'm letting people know I'm reading their comments and remarks. I know when I first started my channel, I had no clue about all those things, that there was comments and remarks in different posts, and then I found them one day and I was like, OMG, there's all these people that commented on stuff and I didn't respond. So now I pay attention because now I know about them. And I'm just literally sitting here thinking to myself, well, I can just get one more chair underneath here. This one won't get so wet. I'm trying to get my own spot here. So yeah, that is our outdoor zen area and outdoor kitchen and the garden area and the places that I've got set up for growing the climbing vegetables. So just trying to keep everything alive around here, y'all. It's my first time with the whole flowers and vegetables and all of it, so it's been a learning experience for me too. But I appreciate all of you coming out and sharing with me, and stay tuned for more Wild Angels garden adventures. Love y'all. Bye.